And the 6, that's also a bonus of your effort. So we performed better, and I think in the region we should be the first. And the last time we went to Gulu, we were number 4. Actually, there were only 5 districts that performed very well in the whole of the northern region, and the Maracha was number 4. So that is all to your effort. So I'm expecting around 570 million and 75. Unfunded priorities. This construction of all-level pipe water system. It needs around 3.6 billion. So, construction of rural growth center. There was being somehow helped by nature's green, but it may not meet our capacity we want. So we needed around 3 billion. Extension of pipe water system. They want to support that reach there. In our own discussion at the district level, especially at district water sector coordination committee, we are happy by Churube. We have attempted to move to Churube 3 times. We have not yet succeeded. And we needed the waters to reach there. Churube and the Aleo. These 2 places have given us a lot of headache. So that's why somewhere if our leaders or our good friends have opportunity to meet, a Sundari somewhere, those are the areas you can help us in. So those are our constraints. The staffing, chairman had already given direction to us. The attitude issue, it is a process. Procurement is now okay. Staffing, yeah. NGOs, actually we have no NGOs working with us. What Maracha is surviving on is just a conditional grant from the government. So, thank you.
Commercial officer, take us through. I hope we have the business community represented here, and we have private partners. Most of
Good afternoon. The RDC, the deputy, the chief administrative officer, the political wing, my colleague technical staff, business community, media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, this is led. That is the outline. Continue. That is the key mandate. That is our key mandate of the department. Actually, this department is actually a vehicle. It's a vehicle to enhance household income in the private sector and also the public sector. So that is our key mandate, to formulate, review, support policies, strategies, plans, and programs that promote and ensure expansion and diversification of trade. Under this department, we house all trade-related issues and also cooperatives. On top, this time is led. The activities we're implementing under this department is local economic development, mainly this time. As we're implementing this, we're implementing it like a cross-cutting issue. Because in the department we're implementing this time mainly PDM, which is cross-cutting in all departments. Continue. That is the mission, to develop and promote a competitive and export-led private sector through accelerated industrial development for economic growth. As I said, it is actual cross-cutting. In this program, agro-industrialization can only succeed when the private sector gets active. So for us to accelerate industrial development, we need to work hand in hand, production and commercial services. As we head the private sector, this private sector in Maracha is mainly engaged in farming. Therefore, this program needs to be looked at that approach, because the private sector under production is supposed to be developed by this department. Therefore, the main policy is to look into transform the local government systems that facilitate effective business-oriented locality development with a focus on poverty eradication. This time, as council, we need not to look at business as usual. As council, in fact, many councils this time are in business, not the government business or the public sector business, but also private sector business. Because as a district, if we also don't expand and generate income-generating activities for the district, our local revenue will continue to suffer. Therefore, how do we look at our locality? What is there in our locality that we can tap from and raise our local revenue from the private sector and also as government? Because as a local government, we could also be constructing maybe low-cost houses. As planner was saying, even we can convert our fence into business center. So that is how we are supposed to look at development this time, not really the central government transfers. Ensuring that the local investment climate is functional for local businesses. The government can do it, the private sector can do it. Now, like council, what are we doing? What are we thinking about to invest in to generate revenue for this district? So we need to think loud and outside so that we invest and we reap revenues from there. Supporting small and medium businesses. Under PDM, we are doing that. Our businesses are small and some others are medium. So we need to develop them so that if their revenues rise, it means our local revenue will also rise. Encourage new enterprise establishments. Like enterprises which establish within the district, we need to support them. Like Madifa, we need to support them so that if they grow, that is where our revenues can also increase. Attracting investment from elsewhere. I think as Maracha, we are not really doing well. We have not attracted many investors. So how can we attract investors here? I think we're on the move, because as our district is a planning area, because many business people were saying Maracha doesn't have a plan, that's why they're not coming here. So with the slack in place, we may attract. So let's lobby the investors to come and invest in the planned areas. which will be controlled. Our strength of the private sector or the advantages we can take. Let's not look at private sector as some other persons. You and me are supposed to do that. Because we are to live by example. We say we are supposed to be model. You should be a model and I should be a model. What are we doing as leaders so that other people can also learn from? Those are our strengths. We have potential market opportunities. I think there is no season where our production has gone wrong or bad without consumption or being sold. We have potential market, both internal and external. Because right now when we look at our private sector who are doing business, more especially the potato which is actually selling us, it is actually branding us now. I think potato is one of our brands. People say you bring fresh potato from Maracha, at least our name is coming up. We should keep it up. Yeah, we're supposed to brand our district, by the way. When people talk, when you are coming from Maracha, have you brought for us potatoes? At least there is a brand. They are branding us. So we have the market. So let's encourage our farmers to improve on the quality and the volumes of production. Affordable financing is actually in place, except many of us are not using it well, especially the PDM. There are many of us who have never had a chance of getting 1 million wholesome in one season. This time we are able in a household to get 1 million from the government to support us in our family businesses. So let's encourage our people to use it well. In Myoga, I think right now, microfinance support center is with my staff in the field trying to appraise the Myoga groups again to give them a top-up. Government is looking for us to give us money, and for us we are running away. People who got a Myoga, they were actually like a date groups, but they are trying their best to revitalize them. I think we should go out to sensitize so that we really use these monies effectively. Rural electrification, I think government has started the rural electrification for our small-scale businesses. If you go to many of the trading centers, you see weldings taking place, grinding, small grinding mills, even medium ones. I think this is an advantage we should take. Of course, land is titled for us to land. Once land is titled, I think it becomes a valuable good for you. Our location is also one of the things we should tap into, the good road network. I think our engineering department is doing a lot. If you look at our network of roads, you can never get lost. By the way, when you take one road, you are linked to another. You find you are really well linked as far as our roads are concerned. So that is an advantage our private sector needs to take. Creation of the city is also a market opportunity for us as business persons. We also have abundant tourism potentials in the district. In all the sub-counties nearly, we have a tourist attraction center. Like in Tara, we have numerous of them. We have in Kijomoro, we have in Oleba, Ulufe, nearly all the greater sub-counties. We have tourist attraction centers, which sub-counties need to tap into. Let's not wait for the district. Let's start, and then we also keep on marketing. Because this time, Uganda Tourism Board is looking at those potentials which the local government has started. So they will pick from there. When we don't start, of course, they will not pick. So every local government where there is a tourist potential, let's start. Even culture, like the Brahmadi thing, if it is tapped up, think it is a source of tourism attraction. There is Mirdui, there is the Ifya Boys. Those ones all need to be developed because those are potential tourist activities. We also have an enabling business environment, which is an advantage we can take on. The gaps. Most of our businesses are unorganized. They have an organized marketing. You can even say how we are marketing our potatoes. Each one on his or her own. If we had organized marketing, they will not even spend on transport. People will come and take it off. You will save on transport. Since we are unorganized, it is costly. In business, by the way, transport is the most costly venture. It eats into your profit. And the warehouses are not organized. So I think those are areas we need to improve. As a district, we need to have affirmative action to invest in income generating activities because they are inadequate or they are also lacking. As council, maybe in one of the financial years, let's budget big in this sector and invest, and we see the return. For example, if we had land for the one-stop center, we would really rate big now. I think our neighboring district, Koboko, may get that advantage because it has already identified land for the one-stop center, where you have very many businesses, interconnected businesses in one spot, and the government is ready to fund it. As Maracha, we don't have the secured land to attract that. So one of our gaps is that. So if we can identify and get some land to invest in this, I think we will get the advantage of increasing our local revenue. Market information or market research not disseminated. Quarterly, as a department, we do data collection on our markets, but the dissemination becomes a challenge because for the dissemination, it will mean routine dissemination either on radios, on maybe flyers, and the rest of it. As you are aware, the department actually lacks adequate revenue for its facilitation. So that market research or information will be important for our private sector to link them to the rest of the world. But we are lacking the dissemination most times. Absence of strong business associations with established structures to propel trade. Actually, private sector is not supposed to be controlled by us. Even this PDM, we are doing it because the government actually initiated it. Otherwise, the private sector is supposed to be led by itself and propel itself. They should be looking for maybe guidelines or advice from the government offices. So, since our structures are not well organized, you see how we struggle to implement some of the programs because the structures are not in place. If their leaders were there, we'll just be calling their leaders and they will go back to disseminate. Yes. Unregistered private sector. Most of our businesses are unregistered. Hence, they miss a lot of opportunities from the government and even NGOs. Because when they ask for the documents, if it's not there, just recently they have rolled out the GROW Women Fund. Most of our women in Maracha cannot access it because they don't have the documents. They don't have trading license. They don't have financial records. They don't have bank accounts. So those requirements have eliminated many of our women to access the Women Fund. Continue. Those are our priorities. I expect in the 5 years the master plan for Miradua be completed because it will be a lobbying tool. Because the Uganda Tourism Board will use that tool to lobby for us funds to construct what we intend, like road safe water. We had a thought of hydroelectric power, even a flyover bridge on Mirador as a tourist attraction. If the master plan could be completed, then it will be a lobbying tool. Capacity building of all cooperatives to build strong marketing. If our cooperatives get strong, marketing will be not a question in the district. We shall have to form the marketing cooperative out of the cooperatives who are producing. We are going to sensitize 132 cooperative societies to come up with proper register of farmers to undertake common and viable enterprises to feed the PDM pillar of agro-industrialization. Lobby and secure land for Bogo. I think that one I explained. This year, Ministry of Tourism actually has started funding its sector, that is tourism. They gave us money this year. We're also going to start conserving and greening of some of the tourist sites across the district. We're also going to develop enterprise groups that under cooperatives into district union. If we form our own union, I think our marketing will become easier. We shall disseminate trade policies and regulations for export-led competition. We are going to backstop the new PDM communities to undertake appropriate enterprises. Many people took enterprises and changed it on the way. So we are going to backstop them and at least be stable so that we feed Pillar 1. That was the main dream of the government, for us to feed Pillar 1, agro-industrialization. We are going to link organized enterprise groups into partnerships both locally and regionally. Okay. Of course, when our production increases and there is agro-industrialization, which has taken roots, these people will be they will need what? An external market. So we shall try our best to ensure that we link them into partnerships so that they trade not only within Maracha but also externally. That is our performance 23-24. PDM received 9.1 billion. We disbursed 99.78%. For Myoga, out of the 36 in Myoga, 16 SACCOs brought their books for audit, and of the 16, 4 got loan top-ups, and registration extension certificates were given to them. The rest did not come back, but we are actually appraised them today. There is appraisal going on, so we pray they are going to bring their books. 90 PDM SACCOs were audited for registration renewal. 3 school patriotic groups sensitized for tourism activities. We profiled 5 grain stores in the district, that is Lorufe Kasi, Madifa Madafa, Kijomoro. There is an authority called Uganda Warehouse Receipt System, which wants to actually improve many of these stores in the country. So we profiled those ones and gave to them. Held 2 meetings with the private sector to sensitize on the importance of registered business and chamber of commerce. Held 1 meeting with URA and private sector to understand URA operations. Registered Maracha District Staff Circle. The registration number is there. I think our staff have been waiting for this registration. I would like to inform the House that the registration number is not that. We already have the certificate in our office, so we can fully resume our operations. Thank you for listening.
Registered. Can we give a hand clap? Can we kindly stand up and stretch a bit, ladies and gentlemen? Don't hit a friend, be friendly. Stretch, stretch, stretch. Because from strategic direction, We move to human capital, which is the basic healthcare, education, water. Now we have come to tourism, benefiting from the environment. Now we are going into how to live with the ecosystem. We can now sit. We are starting. So can we call the environment officer? These things are connected, by the way. If you see them separately, it's upon you, but they're connected. No, no, you're right.
The Senior Environment Officer. That's my presentation. That's the outline. Next. Background. Next. That's outline. Yes. This program is big. It has many sub-programs under it. Natural resources, environment, climate change, lands, water, so many. But we align it with NDP4, and that's the objective, to enhance value addition in key growth opportunities. You'll see that environment goes hand in hand with any development. So that's the program goal, to reduce environmental degradation and adverse effects of climate change, which is right now hitting the whole world. Next. The objective of this program leads to the goal which I just mentioned. One objective is to ensure a rise to decent environment, and that's what I've been singing. Strengthen land use and management and security of tenure. Land issues are now so sensitive in that people are dying, they are fighting over it. Promote inclusive, climate resilient, and how emissions and development take place. Reduce human and economic loss. This one especially affects our productivity when the environment is destroyed. Increase income and employment through sustainable use and value addition to water, forests, and other natural resources. Next. We have policy issues that guide us. One of which is the Presidential Directive on Wetland Environment Degradation. Aware that the guidance there was to ensure wetland user permit was suspended. So if you know that up to now you're still in wetland, keep in your mind that the President has a directive on that. Then also solid waste management in urban areas. The urban areas like town councils will know that that is solely your responsibility for solid waste management. Then for hazardous waste like health centers, clinics, this one goes to clinics. Clinic owners, they like taking this hazardous waste and just pour together with other normal waste. It's very risky. So the policy, the guidance here is that the hazardous waste, including medical waste, will be handled by licensed, well-equipped handlers. Maracha district has, at least we have a body that has been licensed for this. I think Jecho will explain more on that. Clinics, hospitals take charge of that. We don't want to see those hazardous waste being poured outside. When I was moving for monitoring, I saw some of this happening in these health centers. You'll be held responsible. Noise. In Maracha, noise is everywhere. And sub-counties, they think it is the district that is supposed to control. But the guidance here in this policy is saying that the pollution, that is the role of sub-counties. At your jurisdiction, you control that noise. Then integration of environment and social safeguarding projects. All the projects, regardless of where it is, the district projects, sub-county projects, all, you're supposed to integrate environment and climate change issues in it. Next. Yeah, funding for environment and natural resources. That one is obvious. Then develop and implement fiscal development plan for all the lower local governments, even the district. But there are still some town councils that operate without fiscal development plan. I don't know what you're doing there at your place without the plan. Next. Escalation of boundary dispute at all levels. Even those resources which were entrusted for communities by the government, the local forest reserves, the water bodies, all their disputes on it, even government lands. So the guidance there is that people should know that when government comes in, it doesn't mean that it's what? Grabbing those lands for government. It's keeping it in trust for the common benefit of the common nation. The climate change threats affecting, we should integrate climate issues in all the investments. That's the guidance. Next. Yeah, this is our performance, the revenue performance, IPF, for the last 5 years, up to 2026, which is coming, 2025, then 2026 financial year. You see that long bar there, that is just salary. Meaning that natural resources department will get good salary, but activity we are constrained. Why? Because the IPF is very, very low. That is the interpretation. Next. Next. Yeah. Key program achievement. I told you that this program had a lot of what? Sub-programs under it. Under natural resources, environment and climate change, those are the achievements. We organized district natural resources committee meeting. We had community sensitization on sand mining along Oru River, that is in Tara. Others are faint, but let me read for you. We distributed 15,000 seedlings that we got from NFA and was assorted. Then we carried out weeding at Erafia. We have a district plantation, pine plantation, which is doing well in Erafia, Yivu, 6.5 hectares. I think that's a resource for the district. It's going to increase also our revenue. Next. Cross-cutting issues. We carried out environment and social safeguard in district and sub-county projects. We developed environment and social management plan. For these projects, it was integrated in BUQ. Then we had environmental and social compliance monitoring. Then we finished with certification. So that is a cross-cutting issue that we do for all the departments. Next. Key program achievement under lands management, and that is objective. We surveyed and titled government institutions, and those are the institutions, all of sub-county headquarters of Joe Town Council, playground, Nyad Urban Secondary School, then this extension for our district headquarters, then subdivision of the headquarters also. Next. And urbanization and fiscal planning, through Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, that's World Bank Fund. They facilitated preparation of fiscal development plans for district, and this was approved in this council. Then preparation of fiscal development plan for Gay Town Council. This is what we did last financial year. Community sensitization training on land management and fiscal planning in those town councils. Then district fiscal planning committee meetings, which is we have quarterly. Training of newly approved area land committees of Jotown Council and Ajira Sub-County. Our priorities for next financial year, we intend to improve on coordination, planning and regulation. Under that, we need a substantive natural resources officer. And this one also features this in every assessment period every year, and that's where we lose marks. We needed to get that. Then under strengthen conservation, under that intervention, we want to reopen all the boundaries of these local forest reserves because the encroachment is increasing. Next. Under the intervention of promotion of rural-urban plantation, tree planting and weeding, we are still tending Erafia. Then develop and implement wetland. We want to develop district environment action plan. Next. Under climate change impacts, the proposed activities here is to carry out screening for capital development projects, where we shall screen that. Then under strengthening conservation, we want to restore the riverine wetlands. We have a lot of rivers here in Maracha. That's what we are going to do next year. Next. Under enforcement and development, training of fiscal planning committee. Then under preparation of fiscal plans for town councils and trading centers. Under awareness creation, we want to do sensitization for communities. Next. Under strengthening security of land belonging to government institutions, we want to title government lands which are remaining. Next. Under reducing conflicts on land, we want to do awareness creation so that communities understand. Next. Unfunded priorities. Unfunded priorities, I want to bring to our attention the use of Maracha, local forest reserve. Monday, Tuesday, we are reviewing the National Land Policy 2013. It has lasted over 10 years, so they are reviewing it. We are called to review. And the emphasis there is that these days there is high encroachment on lands which government had given on trust. Like Maracha district is a custodian for all these local forest reserves. So, and there's a lot of encroachment there in local forest reserve, meaning that any time the custodian still can be removed, like what the parliament has done to NFA. Are we aware that central forest reserves now they have been removed from NFA? NFA soon will join Ministry of Water and Environment. It will cease to be authority. So if we are playing around with what has been given to us as custodian, the government has the right to remove this, and it has been emphasized. The policy statement is very strong, meaning that the districts will start looking for that land which they had identified when the district started to transfer this forest, if not in piecemeal or whole. And what is the interpretation of this? All the projects which are there in Maracha Local Forest Reserve, they are null and void, you encroachers. You will not get any title. Even police will not get, the hospital will not get, the Maracha Town Council will not get any title from there because that land has been gazetted as a local forest reserve. It's not Maracha district that owns it, it's not Town Council that owns it. So we should prepare for that. Then preparation of plans. Preparation of district fiscal development plan. That is the figure. Next. Next. Development strategy for climate change. Tree planting management training on climate smart development. This one goes to partners. I know we have partners there. If you have any project that relates to climate change, you can come in and help us in that. Then and also climate resilience, the issue of energy saving stores. Our communities up to now, they are still with the tree stone. They are not using energy saving stone. Our environment is degraded. Our institutions are still back to the old things. So since the department cannot handle that, we are giving it out. Any partner who is interested in that can look at our priority. Next. State environment report. Recently, we were for a meeting with the court. We also shared this with them. They said if we can put it in our unfunded priority anytime, there's something related to that, they can help us in developing the district state environment report. Next. Challenges. I told you this program is very wide. When it comes to planning and budgeting, the program is very well. But when it comes to funding, the funding goes back to department issues. So it's very hard to trace. I wish from the Ministry of Planning Unit of Finance, they align the funding to the program so that we achieve the objectives and goal of the program given to us. Limited access to reliable, clean energy technology. We have rampant disputes on government lands. People are coming, they want to take away of its own local forest reserve. Youth people are coming that it belongs to their ancestors. of Uto, they are saying the playground, they want to take it, so they are tearing government land. The recommendation there is that encourage institutional land titling. Every institution, you should start looking at titling. First start with titling before taking an investment there. So this is the current Maracha down there, if we look at it critically. But we would like to see Maracha reach up there. We love to see Maracha to be very green like that. The interpretation of this thing is that we are still down here, vegetation is cleared, the productivity is very low because the soils have lost their productivity. Why? There are no trees, even vegetation alone is not there. But slowly, if we can take it to that where we like to see, it will be impressive for the eye. But if we can take it high there where it is green, we shall love to see Maracha and achieve the vision of Maracha. Next. When you don't need a new day to start over, you only need a new mindset. Thank you.
Thank you so much. She has ended in tongues. Okay? It touches our lives. So let us think and see how to live, okay, within our means. These are facts. Okay, we live with even as families and communities. Now, having secured the environment, are we having lunch today? Dr. Kamanda assures us. Food security.
Thank you so much. I observed the protocol. My name is Chandile Alex. I'm the District Production Officer, Maracha. Well, it's about agro-industrialization. It is a program of government of Uganda to make sure that we add value to our raw materials. You are sleeping, eh? Move to the third one. Yes. So it is a very important government program to make sure that we don't sell our commodities in a raw form. And because of that, we are expected to export high value agricultural products. It's all about money in the pockets of the people, and of course the country will benefit from that. You are all aware that these days people are smuggling some goods from the neighboring countries. Rice, cooking oil, name it. So when we convert our raw materials into finished products, we'll be able to avoid dependence on foreign import. My colleagues have been saying that if production department does not do very well, then health will not perform. But I would like to say that it is all our responsibility as a stakeholder to make sure that we all survive. We are all farmers. Actually, my school fees was paid out of agriculture, and that's why I'm standing before you. This very slide is saying that we are all in it together. Are we okay? The next. This slide is saying that for us to realize the dream of agro-industrialization, we must have the marketable volumes and the quality must be there through improved post-harvest handling and storage. And therefore, we need to make sure that we have finer products for marketing. And for us to do all this, we need access to agricultural finance. And my sister, commercial officer and the community development officer and other stakeholders should be able to help us to make sure that we build the capacity of the farmer institutions, because in her remarks, her presentation, she said they have disorganized market. So it is all of us to make sure that we work together. It's like having a drum, and each one is supposed to, when there are very many holes, we are supposed to fill that hole with our fingers. Should one person remove a finger, that drum will be empty. So we are in it together. Next. Yes. This is it. Where is engineering? Are you with me or you are for WhatsApp? Yes, I thank you so much. You have around 1 billion this financial year, am I right? For roads. Yes, you are a very big contributor in agro-industrialization. Because the input dealers, they need the roads to transport their goods. The farmers, they sell. The produce organizations, they sell. Even the traders, you see there, processors, and the ultimate consumer. We are all aware that for us to effectively reduce the transaction cost of agricultural production, we need efficient transport. So, you're a good contributor. How about Maracha district local government? We need to stand with our heads up to start doing lobbying to make sure that we support this agenda of government through either NGOs and so on. And I thank Maracha district local government because they are able to support this agenda by making sure that funds are available. And community-based organizations, I see so many partners coming to the district to also support our farming communities. So in other words, this very slide is saying we are all in it together. So we should play our part. Next. We have guidelines on how to utilize the bigger resources that are sent to the districts. Previously we had 3 grants, but next financial year we advised during consultative budget meeting in is it called Hotel de l'Ambiance or the Confidential. That there are 3 grants, but previously we've been having 4 grants, including a micro-scale irrigation program, but we should forget about it next financial year. Next slide. And this is how production and marketing grant is allocated. These are the variables. Next. The detailed variables are there, land area, the weighting and the justification. The population, and then the poverty head count, and also they have taken into consideration rural population. And this is how the finances are allocated to every district. So we need to look at this very critically and see how we'll make use of the funds. Next. 55% of the allocation is capital expenditure. You can see in red, it is used for slaughter slab construction, cattle markets, water reservoirs, fisheries infrastructure, and irrigation demonstration, and many others. This is for capital investment. Then for the 5% is recurrent, that is operational cost, which is related to control of diseases, pest vectors, and regulatory services. There is also the other component, which is the extension grant, and it is allocated. It is allocated according to the number of staff, because if you have got very few staff, make sure you're going to get very little money. And then number of local governments under each district. That is the criteria of allocation of extension grant. The 25% of this fund is for development, and which is specifically for like procurement of transport equipment. Last financial year we procured around 6 motorcycles to facilitate extension work, setting up the... There are so many outputs under production, but the funds are limited. So it will be upon us to sieve out which ones should be prioritized. The 75% of the extension grant is to support the sub-grant extension workers, and even at district level. Sometimes we use it for monitoring and other things. Next. Yes, planner can impose a bit. We have been supporting, if I am to list all the support we have been providing to the farming communities for even the last 5 financial years, we will go very late. We have been providing advisory services to over 30 farming communities of different categories, name it. The disabled people, PHAs, youths, women, elderly, and we've been also supporting them with inputs, cultural inputs. Recently, the speaker got the opportunity to access, which facility was that? Irrigation. Are we together? So now, what about it anyway? We can talk about all the things we have done. What is the meaning of all that to the farming communities? So we have also the mandate to come up with the cattle statistics every year. So I would like to share with you how we have been supporting the communities and how they have been faring in their production. I came up with a few commodities. The first one is cassava. You can see we are on a good trend. We are on a good trend with your support. For the last 3 financial years, we are moving on well. Next. Our brand, what is that? The sweet potatoes. With the challenge now, the disorganized marketing. So with your support, I think we need to prepare our farm organizations so that they do the marketing. We facilitate, it's a private thing anyway. What I can add here is that ordinarily, when we have the marketable volumes and the quality and it is sustained, private investors will come in. And sometimes I see we're investing in these facilities as a government. I thank government so much, but sometimes we should give it to the private investor so that they manage it very well. They will come when the volumes are there. Next. This is our chicken, given our land holding. We are on the good trend. Next. I'm sorry if my colleague Abakar is there, but he's a very good colleague, he doesn't mind. Yeah, this is a very good enterprise for the district. We see it is also picking up. Next. Yes, we have the best honey in the world. Did you know that? No. We have the best honey in the world. There was time we moved to a cultural show, there was a white man who pretended as if he was buying one of our honey. He went to Europe and tasted it. He came back with the result that this is the best honey ever. And they were able to market us. But the challenge now is sustaining the demand, the marketable volume, and also the quality. So, there are very many challenges. Which cannot always be lamenting. But I see there is one key challenge. It's like even at household level. If you don't have the level, in old age you can suffer. If you don't have children who are responsible, you can die very fast. So at district level, institutional level, if we don't have the human resource, honestly, who will be doing the work? Are we doing the right things first? Or we are just playing around with the usual things? So it is the human beings, the brain, it is our brain that will do the work. You can imagine out of 19 law and local governments, 11 law and local governments do not have any agriculture extension staff. Is that not a very big problem? Let's get very serious. At district level, we expected 12 staff. But we have only 6. That is 50%. But the biggest challenge is at law and local government. That's where the delivery point is. And because of this human resource challenge, one extension worker is given a task 4 times he's supposed to be doing. One extension worker is entitled to 500 households. But right now there are over 2,000 households handled by one extension worker. That's why all over the country, even big people are saying they are not seeing the extension workers on the ground. If you don't have children, what do you want to see? Ghosts? That is an assignment. And we were actually happy that we will have at least some 41 million left to hire more extension staff. Again, next financial year, they have chopped. Next slide. You can see this is our indicative planning figure for this financial year. And next financial year, it is this. I tried to compute. I realized that they put exactly for the staff in post. So it means we should forget about hiring new staff unless another miracle happens through supplementary. Extension grant, there is a slight decline in recurrent. PMG, the same. And they said micro-scale irrigation program will not, the funding will not be there. But first PCC, that is called circular, indicates that we will receive 480,112,684. Maybe something is happening. Maybe they realize that there is something wrong happening somewhere. That's why they are trying to do it. So, this is food. And the money in the pockets of the people, including you. So, give me more time. So, our priority is next financial year. But haven't you jumped? Oh, it is still there. Intervention, next financial year. Okay, it is all about increasing agricultural production and productivity. Intervention area. We need to strengthen our cultural extension services. There are very many things under here. training, advisory, demonstrations, shows, and even getting together the development partners to make sure that the packages given to the extent to the farming communities are vetted. Yeah? And then this is one of the challenges we have here as a district. We need to make sure that we have a strong surveillance system to detect whether we have pest diseases and vectors so that we're able to manage it timely. Because it reduces on production productivity. Strengthen farmer organization and cooperatives. This is very key to avoid these issues of unorganized marketing. We need to organize together so that when they are very strong, they will be able to move this agenda forward. Intensify program of micro-scale irrigation program. We want to make sure that we are done with the funding this financial year. Next. Increase access and use of agricultural mechanization, of course, so that we can open more land, and then promote sustainable and environmental management practices. Since our soil is degrading, we should be able to do that. And this is the amount of money we need to put in place human resource. And this money is not there. It's nowhere to be seen. And tomorrow they are going to say they are not seeing extension workers in the field, and when they are not being recruited appropriately. This is not from Mars, this is in Maracha. Thank you so much.
Protocol observed. My name is Isaac Timothy, presenting interconnectivity for district engineer. I know many of you are tired. It is a very simple presentation, packed in few slides. You will listen carefully and understand. But it requires a lot of thinking, involves additions, subtractions, multiplications, and divisions. I request you stand up for 30 seconds. Who can give us an energizer? Get a flash. Let someone give us an energizer.
Okay, let's write Maracha with our heads. And you write the English way, not the Arabic way. You write towards the right, towards your right. So, M. Then A. Capital. R.
Yeah, as usual for me, I can do the presentation without the slides. We are all aware that the budget conference is a consultative meeting where we need input of the various stakeholders. This is a planning process for next financial year for Maracha District local government. Before this, there was a regional budget conference held, and we also participated as a district. And it is from there that we got the planning guidelines from the central government. We are supposed to customize it to fit what is within the local government. In line with this, under the program of transport interconnectivity, also in line with National Development Plan 4, this sector covers a lot of areas, but I am only going to concentrate on one area. Interconnectivity of transport involves flying in the air, It involves floating on water bodies. It involves running on the road, walking on the road, or using the railway. The output, I'll just give brief background, and I'll give program policies. I'll give the budget performance of last year, the key achievements of last year. I'll give the budget performance of the current financial year, also outputs of the current financial year, and we shall together prioritize activities of next financial year. Briefly, that is it. Next. The background starts from the vision of the nation, which you all know, transformed Ugandan society from peasant to modern and prosperous country by 2040. It is from this vision that the Ministry of Works and Transport, through Uganda Road Fund and some agencies, wants to fulfill the vision of transport infrastructure development and management. Next. Also in line with the vision of the nation, we also have our vision as a district. We cannot leave that one out. In line with the vision of the district, our vision as transport sector is to increase and sustain access to socio-economic services to the population of Maracha and create prime conditions for investment, peace, good governance, and development. Maracha also has strategies, but this strategy number 2 is the one which we are going to address together with you next financial year. Next. The brief background I told you, the responsibilities, the roles, and the mandates of the various stakeholders. This interconnectivity starts with the water transport, the road transport, the air transport, and the railway transport. But because you don't have railway, you don't have air, you don't have water in Maracha, I'm only going to concentrate in road transport. There are a few stakeholders here that are going to address together with the Maracha. One is this local government, deriving from the Local Government Act. We shall undertake road services. We shall link communities to trading centers, markets, our service points like health centers, schools. We shall also have urban roads within the district. We have community access roads within the district. We also have national roads. So it is from this point that you know who plays which role and where. Ministry of Works and Transport plays the role of policy formulation, legislation, regulations, standard setting, and many others, including oversight role. Uganda Road Fund is an agent created by Parliament of Uganda to finance the routine and periodic maintenance of public roads, not only in Maracha, but the whole country. We have Uganda National Roads Authority. They plan, they develop and maintain the national roads network and also actual load control on the trunk or main roads of this country. Next. Classification of roads in Maracha. Basically, there are 4. The first one is the national or the trunk roads. These national trunk roads, they link our country to neighboring countries, and they also link major towns. In the Maracha district, there are only 2 links. These 2 links include Lokragoro to Yoyo Road. This is a section of Rua Koboko Raba. It is only 32 kilometers. We also have Balido Nyadri. This is a section of Katrini and Nyadri. We have a stretch of 12 kilometers. So in total, we have 44 kilometers of road network in Maracha to be maintained by Uganda National Road Authority. The second category is called the district or the feeder road. These roads link communities to commercial and socio-economic centers. They connect markets, schools, educative units, and our communities. There are a total of 38 in the Maracha district, making up to 299.8 kilometers. The third one is called the urban roads. Urban roads, these are roads within municipalities and town councils. and they are managed by urban authorities. In Maracha, we don't have a municipality, we have town councils. But in our database, we have the ministry and the Uganda Road Fund has captured the town council of Maracha. Out of 5 town councils, Maracha is on the database. With a total of 57 short roads. These short roads make a total of 69.5 kilometers. The 4th one is community access roads. These are roads connecting communities from one village to another. They are managed by local communities, but coordinated by the sub-counties or LC3s. Sometimes they are called LC3 roads. There are 251 community access roads in Maracha, making a total of 811.1 kilometers. So we are going to plan for all of these roads in Maracha, other than the 44. And before we go for the planning, we are guided by the policies which we got during the regional budget conference. We got from our mother ministry, Ministry of Works and Transport. That's just an introduction. You can skip it. We have a number of sources of funding for road maintenance in this country. But Maracha as a district only benefits majorly from 2 sources of funding. The first one has been called the Rehabilitation Development Grant. In order to address the road maintenance backlog, cabinets decided to allocate Works and Transport Rehabilitation Development Grant, equivalent to 1 billion shillings to every district local government, to every city, every municipality, starting from the financial year 2023-2024. With the intervention of Parliament, a resolution was issued to change the grant name from Rehabilitation Development Grant to Road Maintenance Grant. The grant is an additional fund meant to supplement the already existing maintenance funding to the district, urban, community access road network in the respective local governments, cities and municipalities. In other words, this is just a top-up. That is why it is 1 billion, regardless of the size of the district, regardless of the road network of the district, and so on. So the core guideline from the ministry is here. The scope says the grant is meant for routine mechanized maintenance, which constitute the following activities. 1, grading, reshaping with a motor grader to restore a lost shape of the road, followed by compaction. 2, replacement of lost gravel, sometimes called spot graveling. Treatment of steep and slippery sections of roads, including handling of emergency works. Procurement of culverts for normal use and emergencies. Drainage improvement works to remove the road chokes. So these are the major areas where we're going to allocate the 1 billion of Maracha next financial year. So when you are thinking about a road in your village, make sure it is going to be guided by this. The next source of funding is called Uganda Road Fund. Uganda Road Fund has very comprehensive guideline. I have summarized this in the interest of time. The total of 401.953 billion was allocated. This is the same IPF of the current financial year. So we have been told to plan based on the current IPF for next financial year. 2, maintenance of public roads in the next financial year shall continue to be financed from appropriations by Parliament via the consolidated funds. Those of you who are riding motorcycles, driving vehicles, you are paying this money yourself. Every liter of fuel you buy, there is a component of about 200 shillings for road maintenance. So this money is collected from fuel suppliers, taken to the consolidated account, Parliament allocates. So when you are riding, you must know that you are also contributing to this road maintenance fund. So allocations for the available funding has been based on the existing budget allocation formula that gives effect to Section 22 of the Uganda Road Fund Act 2008. There is an allocation formula That's why you are now seeing different districts getting different IPFs. It is done by Uganda Road Fund. Thirdly, while the central allocation done by the Uganda Road Fund is to provide planning ceilings to various categories of designated agencies, the internal allocations of the individual programs for road schemes are done by the agencies themselves. That point means, much as the Uganda Road Fund is the one giving us the IPFs, the final details of the budgeting is done by us here. It is not the responsibility of the Uganda Road Fund to say, you take this much on this road, take this much on this road. It is our responsibility as a district. Next is the allocation factors considered include the conditions of the public roads, maintenance requirements, the length of the road network, and the relevant volume of traffic for each agency. Next. For next financial year, the 401 billion has been shared like this. All the districts, they will get a share of 17.8 billion. 17.8 billion. I've left number 1, 2, 3, because number 1 is the for national roads under UNRA. Number 2 is for KCCA, Kampala Capital City Authority. Number 3 is for cities. We also don't have a city here. Number 4 is for districts. So we benefit as a district 17.8 billion out of the 401. And out of the 17.8, Maracha only gets 138 million as a district for district roads. Municipalities are not there. We don't have. Number 5, town councils. We have 22 billion 119 million for all the town councils in the country. Maracha Town Council only gets 105 million out of that. The last one should have been the community access road. Community access road for Maracha is reading 98 million. Next. So in other words, the IPA for next year is 338,328,872 cedis. The guidance continues. Maintenance plans and programs in the year shall be drawn and implemented within the following guidelines, policy guidelines. 1, there must be an agreement, a performance agreement between the district and even the road fund, with some guidance there. 2, the works on the district urban community road network shall be implemented by a force account, while a mix of force account and contracting is allowed on the national and city roads. That one doesn't affect us. Routine maintenance should be applied to maintainable road sections, not undergoing periodic maintenance or other interventions. In other words, if there are other roads in the district being maintained by other programs, we should not allocate the Uganda Road Fund on such roads. Periodic maintenance should be applied to roads and sections that last underwent periodic maintenance not less than 4 years ago for the gravel roads, not less than 7 years ago for the paved roads. For a paved road with the roughness in excess of 3.5 index. The first call on funds should be carried over projects from financial year 2024-2025. That means, assuming this financial year we don't get all the funds, before we start allocating funds for new roads, we should first roll these ones over to next financial year. In the event that we get 100% and we implement as we planned last year, we shall not repeat those roads. Union station engineers should participate in the district road committee meetings. For district roads, priority should be given to maintenance of roads connecting to UNIRA roads. I told you, UNIRA roads we have 2 in this district. We should connect our community access roads through the district feeder roads to the UNIRA roads. Because the UNIRA roads are the ones taking us to the major towns. They are the ones taking us to the neighboring district, countries. For urban roads, this is now particular for Maracha Town Council. priority should be given to maintenance of roads connecting to district roads. When we are planning for the town council, we should not think about the roads which are meandering within the cells or what's there, but the roads that are connecting to district roads, so that they can in turn go to the national roads. For community access roads, priority should be given to removal of bottlenecks. For community access roads, as much work should be delivered through. Bologi Wansi is a Uganda word. Some people use it. Salongo. That one is applicable to some regions. Others are for cross-cutting issues. I wish to continue to the next because time is running out. Yeah, that's transition grants. We are not benefiting. My next item is a budget performance for last financial year. Budget for last financial year, we had a budget of 1,341,328,827. Uganda Road Fund had 338,328,872. Road Rehabilitation Development Grant had a budget of 1 billion. And a conditional grant had a budget of 1.5 million. Local revenue, we got a budget of 20 million, but none was released. So Uganda Road Fund, we got 100%. The Road Rehabilitation Grant, we got 100%. And the conditional grant, we got 100%. With the exception of the local revenue. Next. This current financial year, the IPOs remained the same. Under road fund, in first quarter we got 35 million. Second quarter, we have received a schedule of 126,424,028 shillings. This money, according to CFO, was not hit our account, but the schedule was being disseminated. So, according to the schedules, we are starting at 47.7% release of Uganda Road Fund. Meanwhile, for the road maintenance grant, the name has been changed from rehabilitation to road maintenance grant. Out of the budget of 1 billion, we have received 500 million. And the conditional grant, we have not seen any figure. Local revenue, we have seen a figure of 1,500,000. There is a program called NOSIP, National Oil Seed Project. This one handles some roads in a few of our sub-counties. We have a budget of 40 million. We have also received 10 million. So in first and second quarters, the district received a total of 672,424,028 shillings, representing 50.1%. The next is the performance for last financial year. Under Uganda Road Fund, the 338 million was spent as follows. 80 million was for inspection and supervision allowances. 12 million was works committee activities, monitoring. 8 million was for district roads committee activities, quarterly meetings. Stationaries, 2 million. Office equipment services and supplies, 2 million. Fuel and lubricant, 80 million. Routine manual road maintenance. We had one road assignment for the road guards. We paid the road guards 26,420,000. We installed one culvert on Nyaditara Road, 5 million. We recruited, mobilized, and also contacted the for money audit at 3,500,000. We have 4 men who are on contract. We paid their salaries 11,290,000. Inland travels, report submissions, 6 million. We worked on Aluma Aliro Road, 2.8 kilometers, 18,121,839. We worked on Lamlachiru, Lodge Madeira Seaborder Road, 11 kilometers. We spent 26,878,161. We transferred 105,380,000 to Marathon Council. We transferred 95,309,000 to 7 mother sub-counties for the community road maintenance. 1 billion we spent on all our town council electrical DRC road rehabilitation works, 309,687,000. Koi on Telabod Road, we spent 556,864,350. Agai Nigo Okabi Road Rehabilitation Works, 93,658,500. Adrix is annual district road inventory condition surveys, we spent 20 million. Operations and monitoring activities, 19,788,150, making a total of 1 billion. For the current financial year, this is 2024-2025. What I was reading was 2023-2024. For the current financial year, we planned the 338 as 80 million for supervision, 12 million for community works, 80 million for district road works, 2 million stationaries, 2 million office equipment, 80 million fuel, 42,150,000. We have 2 assignments using the road guns for routine manual maintenance. We are going to pay the gun leaders 8,750,000. We shall recruit, mobilize, and do value for money 3.15. Townman salary still stands 11,290,000. Inland travel, stationary report submission 6 million. We shall work on labor, assembly, mechanized road maintenance 26,299,872. We shall also transfer 105,382,000 Manchester Council. We shall transfer 95,309,000 to the 7 Maracha sub-counties. Under the 1 billion for this year, 20 million has been planned for Adrix. Every year, this annual road inventory condition surveys is carried for planning purposes. We shall derive our road conditions from that assessment. Operations and office maintenance, 30 million. Ambidro Kijomo road mechanized maintenance, 440 million. There is a bridge there called Injere Bridge, which shall get a lot of money from there. Agai Nigo Okabi road mechanized maintenance. Somebody will ask why this one has appeared again. Last financial year, we worked on Itei Bridge and the 2 kilometers out of the 11. This financial year, we are working on the remaining 9 kilometers. Gulua Nyambira, 60 million. Yivu Goigoi mechanized road maintenance, 40 million. Wanizo Oje Pikarongo, 125 million. Eto for DRC, 32.5 million. Obujo assembly road mechanized maintenance, 25 million. Routine manual maintenance. We also plan for 2 assignments on all the district roads using the road guns, costing 67,500,000. Mechanical interest, vehicle equipment maintenance, 100 million. Next financial year, this is now 25-26. We are planning for next financial year. 7.1 is Uganda Road Fund plan priorities. This is according to the Department of Engineering. And after here, when we shall be going for the plenary exercise, we expect you to add or remove where necessary. That's why I said it shall involve mathematics, a lot of mathematics. We have maintained 80 million for supervision, 12 million for committee works, 80 million for the DRC meetings, 2 million for the stationaries, 8 million for fuel, 42,150,000 for manual maintenance, 2 assignments. Road gun salaries 8.75, recruitment and mobilization we maintained 3.15, townman salaries we maintained 11.29, inland travel 6 million. We have put a small amount on Uganda DRC. That road at the border is 33.8 kilometers. But because of limited funding, we only have 26 million. We shall be doing spot graveling only on 5 kilometers out of the 33. We shall transfer 105 million to Town Council of Maracha. We shall transfer 95 to the 7 sub-counties. The 1 billion for next year, we have proposed the following. We maintain the 20 million for Adrix, 30 million for operations. We are picking up Yivu Egamara Road, 6 kilometers at 400 million. We have a bridge, a stubborn bridge there of Draco. We feel that one should also be worked on. Goigoi Wanize, 9.4 kilometers, 90 million. Yivulala Muniamba. We have a stubborn bridge there called a drive, but we are not going to reach there. We wish to connect from Masatown Council here, we go by Yivu sub-county quarters to Lala. From Lala, we shall join Rewa Wada Road. We have allocated only 50 million for these 5 kilometers on Yivu Lala Muniamba. We have also allocated 56 million on Rewa Wada Ombiapura. We have allocated 50 million on Okokoro or 5.5 kilometers. We have allocated Ijomoro Enyahu Road. This is the one connecting Katuni, 50 million. We have allocated another 51 million to start from Agai and then the DRC border. We have allocated 35.5 million for sport improvement or emergencies. We have realized this year many bottlenecks are existing, but because we didn't have a budget for emergencies, we could not do anything. Also, routine manual maintenance, we have maintained 2 assignments, 67.5, mechanical interest, 100 million. Key challenges are there, we'll read with time. We have recommendations, lastly, unfunded. We need 80 billion 300 million for many of these bridges. 1.7 billion for Uganda DRC border, a trade bridge in 700 million, Ayi River Bridge, this is the one connecting Bora Primary to Oniba. We got some room at that next financial year, Minister of Works to work on it, but we've maintained it as an unfunded priority. Olufe Bridge, Moigali Border Market, also Minister of Works has promised to work on that. We've maintained it on the unfunded priority. Boruche Bridge, this one connects from Masatown Council here to Nyoro Primary. Alu Bridge, Lokra Goro, this is not the one Minister of Agriculture is working on. There's another section upstream. We intend to connect that. We also have Olufe Bok Talbot Bridge. This is connecting Olufe Sub-County to Koreba Primary. We have another Olufe Bok Talbot Bridge, Olufe Sub-County to Nyaya Trading Center. We have a bridge. We have another bridge. There are so many bridges in Ai. Yofia, Midria, Odra, Nyoro, Olivu, Koi, Oluo, Turubet, and installation of culverts. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Is available. Slana, are we ready?
It's good, ready.
It's okay. Set.
Public sector transformation generally is about the manpower that is supposed to drive the name is what? Yeah, this one, It's about the manpower, which is key in driving the various changes that the government brings forward to ensure that there is a better service delivery in the various institutions of government. So my name is Mukili Cosmas. I'm the Principal Human Resource Officer, Administration. And you can move on. Of course, the administration department falls under the public sector transformation program, and like I've said, it focuses mainly on public sector management, the management of the human resource, which is key in driving the changes and in making sure that there is a better service delivery in the government institutions. The focus, like I've said, is on the human resource management function of government for public sector transformation and the improved service delivery. Can you move on? I'm going to give us a brief highlight on our district staffing, because the manpower is most important and the key, and without this we cannot be able to deliver effectively. The national average is actually 65%, but Maracha district is standing at 55%
And therefore, which means we are short by the national standard average, which is 10%. And this is the distribution. In the agriculture extension, we're supposed to have 58 employees, but we have 24, and therefore we have only 41% in place, staffing in place. Traditional staff, this includes the district headquarters staff and the sub-counties. We're supposed to have a staffing of 279, but we have filled 165, giving us 59%, still below the national average, of course. Town councils, we're supposed to have a total of 277 employees in town council, but we only have 40 employees in our town councils, and that represents only 14%. Primary health care, we're supposed to have 878, but we have 289. That represents 33%. Primary teachers, we're supposed to have 1,479, but we have 1,156, representing 78%. I think that's where we're doing well, above the national average. Secondary school teachers, we're supposed to have 403, but we have 153, representing 38%. That is not within our control, because the recruitment and deployment of secondary teachers is the mandate of Ministry of Education and Sports and the Education Service Commission. Of course, these down ones, we don't have vacancies there. The District Service Commission chairman is one, is already there. Political leaders, we have 24 of them, they are all there. So, can move on. So these are the key HR policies that actually guide the management of human resource in public service. And can we move on to the program objectives? In the public sector transformation, the main program objectives are these ones. We are supposed to have harmonized pay for all staff. I think government is already doing that. Although it has not been concluded. Improved performance management to ensure that the employees provide the best of their efforts in the capacity in which they have been employed. This is done through performance assessment of all employees. And now the government has introduced a new approach called the balance scorecard, which we are yet to adopt. Improve the quality of services delivered, compliance with the rules and regulations, compliance with recruitment guidelines by district service commissions, efficiency of service delivery structures for government. You can continue. Those are objectives. Improved compliance to recruitment guidelines by district service commission and the public service commission, because it's public service commission that guides the district service commissions. Improved alignment of employee competencies and qualifications with the job roles. And here we want to focus on internal capacity. Improved timeliness in implementing district approved structure. You know, I didn't make a comment on our low staffing level. Last year but one, our staffing level was at 74%. It was at 74%. Why have we dropped? Maybe Ghana, you can move back there. Why have we dropped in the district staffing level? Because many people now I know asking this question. Why are we performing poorly? You are aware that the council approved 4 more town councils. We only had 1 town council, Maracha town council. Council approved 4 more town councils, and the council approved 7 more sub-counties. We only had 7 sub-counties. Council also doubled that one. So when we had Maracha Town Council alone, we had the 40 employees against the structure of 61. But now with the adding of the four more town councils, again we have, I think, 57, wherever we have 44, so we have 55, so the number has soared. But the government has not given us money to do recruitment for this new structure. The same with the lower local government, the sub-counties. So that is why our staffing for traditional staff and town council is drastically affected. The same is with the primary health care, because we have health center 3 and 1 health center 4. Previously, health center 4 was having a structure of only 49 employees. But now, the staffing for health center 4 has been expanded to 130 employees. 130 employees. Previously, it was only 49. The health center 3 staffing has been expanded from 19 to 55 employees. Yes, so you can now count the number of health center 3s we have, add the numbers, or multiply by 55. And that's why now we're having a drastic decline also in primary health care. But the primary teachers have not been affected. Of course, secondary, we don't have control over that. Now you can take us back. So that's not the raised question, but we're moving there to make sure that we fill the structure. Improve the efficiency and effectiveness in management of teachers and health workers in the district. Yes, number 16. Paris model operationalization. This was already, of course, done by government. We're just implementing what government has done. So the key policy issues here in the public sector management or transformation are to do with the recruitment. 1, it is a policy of government, and the government has guided that in much as possible, we should ensure that we have external advancements for recruitment of employees at the entry level. When we're recruiting employees, we're recruiting parish chiefs, we're recruiting classroom teachers, we're recruiting officers at U4 who are entering the service. We should adopt external adverts. It should be in the national media, just like we have done. We have advertised. And except in special circumstances where internal promotions or transfer of service may be opted for. But we try to also give priority to internal capacity, like I've said. We first look at, do we have the manpower available to take over these positions? You may be aware that for the positions in health, we advertise very few. Why? Because there were vacancies, like for senior clinical officer. We have decided to promote our people internally. We have decided to reserve 8 positions for head teachers, for our head teachers internally. We have reserved the position of clinical officer for our employees who are in the system. Laboratory technician for our employees who are in the system. So where we are going to recruit, we will prioritize first looking at the internal capacity. Do we have the internal capacity? And if we have exhausted internal capacity, then we go for external advert. And this is provided for. Staff training and development. District has developed a drafted staff training policy to guide the management of enormous training needs of employees. So the training committee is finalizing on that. Transfer of staff. It is a policy of government that any employee who has served in a station for 3 years is transferable. So we are about to move there on the transfers. We have a transfer committee, and this is what guides our transfer. As long as someone has stayed in an institution, in a school, in a health unit for 3 years, you are transferable. You should be able to accept to move. Staff discipline and management, the Rewards and Sanctions Committee shall make appropriate recommendations. for the reward and sanctioning of employees. So this organ of the Rewards and Sanctions Committee is available, and we are using the Rewards and Sanctions Committee. In the payroll management, we shall adhere to the 2 months period to access new employees on payroll. We want that once we have put the employees, they should be able to access payroll within maximum 2 months. But ideally, we try to do it within 1 month. And also ensure that we pay employees by 28th day of every month. This includes pensioners and also people on active payroll. By 28th of every month, we must have paid them. And I think we're leaving to that, and that also shall continue with. In leave management, all staff shall also be entitled to mandatory annual leave, in addition to the other types of leave. But now here, we're now implementing the human capital management system. We began using the human capital management system to pay employees in the month of November. And as soon as we are rolled to pay employees in the month of November, we are now supposed to use this system to also give leave. So this morning I was having employees, especially from health. You know, health is the one, the health workers don't want to miss any leave. So they were already there. I told them, no, you are supposed to log in into the human capital management system, and then your request will go to your supervisor, and then from the supervisor to go to the head human resource officer, and then it will go to the CAP. So that is now what we are adopting for all these types of leave, even performance management. Most of the functions, human resource management functions, are now going to be implemented through the human capital management system. So it is going to cause a little bit of inconvenience for our employees, but the government, that is the government policy. We cannot do anything about it. We must learn to adopt and live with it. Yeah. For example, I can say that around the 40 pensioners have not been paid. We finished paying pensioners yesterday because of the challenges with the human capital management system. About 40 of them have not been paid. We are supposed to bring the data and pursue paying them. About 50 employees have not been paid. Out of 1,853, we have to bring the data and pursue paying them. So that is how we're going to go. Some of the human resource development interventions in the year 2023-2024 to date. So we've just used first quarter for most of the human resource interventions this financial year. But from the last financial year up to date, 2023 to 2024 to date, confirmations in appointments, we did 148, study leave granted, 8, new employees recruited, 24, promotions, 11, mandatory retirements, 34. These are the ones whose benefits were processed. Transfer of service, 393. This is a big number. Don't think that you have not transferred people from other districts to come and work in Maracha. This is mainly for employees who inherited from Arua, who had not been given the appointment on transfer of service from Arua district to Maracha. Now, when you create a new district, you just pick on the employees who are found in that district, but we must formalize their appointments, and that is for most of those cases are relating to employees inherited from Arua district. Disciplinary actions to do with interdiction, reprimand. This is by the district service commission, 7 of them. Rescindment and change of term of appointment, 1. Dismissal from service, we have not had. So we made a total of 626 interventions. So key challenges there we have, of course, parallel conflicting directives from the central ministries. Where time is up. Okay. Fine, I'm just going to add that inadequate ways to facilitate the full-scale implementation of the district establishment structure. Like I've said, we now have a very beautiful structure. By the way, if we are to be given money now to implement the structure fully, the qualified employees in the Maracha are not enough to take over all the positions in the structure. Because the structure is now big, it can employ very many Ugandans, very many people from Maracha here. But the problem is the money is not there. They're not given the money. So delay reporting disciplinary cases by supervisors and possible fear among supervisors to discipline subordinates. I think, let me stop there. Can we move down?
You think so? That's what
I wanted to avoid it tactically. But the priorities for 2025-2026, we shall continue to prioritize recruitment of key staff like heads of department. We've been promised by Minister of Public Service that even this financial year they are likely to give us money. We are still hoping that the money will be there because we have key heads of department not recruited yet. And if this is done, we shall prioritize the recruitment of heads of department, seniors and secretaries. These are sub-county chiefs. We find it difficult to attract sub-county chiefs, by the way. Last financial year we had advertised for 2 vacancies. Nobody was qualified. That was even in newspapers. Nobody qualified. But this financial year, actually, it opened our eyes. We made an attempt to do a search from internal capacity and made requests for waiver for accelerated promotion. And I'm happy to report to you actually that we were able to be given a waiver for accelerated promotion for our 2 parish chiefs who were appointed at U7 to lift them from U7 to U3. So right now the submission has been made, and I think there is no way they are going to fail the interviews, they are going to pass the interviews. Yes, so I'm very sure that's a very big achievement for us in the management of the public sector transformation. Yes, we are going to adopt the balanced scorecard for performance management for all the heads of department. It was with the house, but now it is rolling to the heads of department. Customization of the district approved structure to promote career growth. You know, this is very important. In the last council, we had brought this customization of district structure up to the floor of the council, but it was unfortunately disapproved by the councillors. By council, yes. Not the last council?
It was in the second council.
Oh, when I talk of the last council, I think it is, I mean the second one, isn't it? Yes, it is the last council, the second council. So they refused, they threw it out. Yeah. So now, we have found it difficult for heads of department to have smooth career growth because of the distortion in the structure. And we are now going to, after here, we're going to sit down at the technical planning committee level and push this to the council so that we have a smooth structure. People can be able to grow and become heads of department, go to ministry, become deputy cows, and become cows from here. I think Maracha has not produced any cow, and it was because of the rigid structure. So this time around, I hope the council is going to adopt and bless the idea of customization. Yeah, Adebosa, yes. Yes, Adebosa. But that was town council. The district has not produced. So, Madoko is just new, but 2020 Madoko has produced a deputy cow. And that is the spirit we want. Thank you so much.
Okay, I think we remember, let's roll our hands and give it to each other.
Of community borehole at Rikabo. Next. Under roads, we have that road, Fitna, Churube to SMI. It is a very important road that connects a number of institutions, so it has to be mechanized. Then also there's the need to construct a culvert bridge at Bali Stream. Yes, that is that with the Awiziro sub-county. We shall move to Drambo sub-county, which has the following unfunded priorities. So under public sector in Drambo, most of the new lower local governments don't have well-established administrative offices, and there's need for one at Drambo. Then also construction of 3 stands, VIP latrine at the same place. And people ahead of me have been talking about issues of human resource. So I think this also cuts across all the lower local governments. Yes, much as we may not see them in other sub-counties and town councils, it cuts across. Under agro-industrialization, construction of produce store at Sabasaba, Gewa village. Then construction of cattle crush, procurement of rice huller machine. Then under human capital development, there is the construction of 4 classroom block at Boramali Corp. The other one is not appearing well, but it is in Ndrivu village in Boramali parish. Still under human capital development, we have fencing of Liko Health Center 3. You all agree that our health facilities are at the verge of getting, the land is getting encroached because they are not fenced. So as council, I think we need to prioritize fencing of our government institutions. Then also for the health facility, we do not have transport, so there's need to procure one. Construction of kitchen for maternity ward, staff house, postnatal beds. The commercial officer was presenting on tourism, and you can see that there is one in Drambo, which is the Drambo cultural site. So those of you who have not visited there, please find time, go and see. But there's need to beautify it. Under integrated transport infrastructure services, there is plan to do major rehabilitation of Abadi Culvert on Omba, Piago Parish, in Omba Village, Piago Parish. Then construction of Eigua Bridge. Then mechanization of Boramali Primary School via Kinyi to Paida Community Access Road. Then lastly, drilling of community borehole at Tupasi Village, Piago Parish. So that is that with the Drambo. We go to the next one. Yes, I'm coming near home. Kijomoro sub-county. We have about 4 or 5 issues there. There is need to complete the production store at Alienya. That is where the headquarters are. Then also construction of 4 stands VIP latrine at Kakua Primary School. Completion of Ekarigo Health Center 3, the teacher talked about it. It is still work in progress. Then deep borehole drilling at Oriama Village. That's for the attention of the water officer. Then upgrading of footpath from Yazia to Aliava Church of Uganda to Ewava Valley. Some of the places may not be familiar to you, but please bear with me. Those who come from there, they know. Next. So those are the issues from Kijomoro sub-county. Next, we are going to the 2 entities of Nyadri South and the Nyadri sub-county combined. So I will start with the Nyadri sub-county. Those are their unfunded priorities. Under human capital development, we have 4 issues there. there's need to establish a health center at Nyoro. Then 4 classroom construction at Barrier Primary. Then construction of VIP latrine at Nyoro and Maracha Primary Schools. Those are 2 schools. Then there's need to supply 3-seater desks to all the schools in Yagi sub-county where the DO was presenting. I think in their plan, there was a proposal to supply desks. So I think Barrier is one of the destinations. Actually, all the schools. Under integrated public transport, borehole construction at Avundiri village, mechanization of Ujo meets Barrier Road, then bridge construction on Oka Bridge at Oleko, then last land agro-industrialization, construction of VIP latrine at Lurua Market, and fencing of Chakuchakwa Market. Next is Nyadri sub-county, sorry, Nyadri South. What I was presenting was for Nyadri. So now we are presenting for Nyadri South. Under public sector transformation, still the issue of office block has featured. Recruitment has also featured again. Under human capital development, health, fencing of Nyadri Health Center 3. Yeah, I think that was their number 1 priority. Then followed by staff house construction at the same facility. Renovation of classroom block at Midria Primary School. We hope that the grant that we received will continue in the coming year so that many classrooms will be renovated. Then VIP construction at Koi and Midria Primary School. Then need to recruit and post more teachers to Midria and Koi primary schools. Under integrated public transport, installation of box culvert bridge on Olufe Bridge. I think it should have been on Olufe Stream on Koi Lee Border Road. Then last lander there, drilling of borehole at Kopira, Anguruko, and Ambidro villages. You will bear with me the pronunciation. Under legislation, governance and security, we have training of area land and court committees. So I think this also cuts across. This cuts across. Let's go to Obeba at the border. Obeba sub-county has 3 core unfunded priorities. One is still the issue of office block or office space. Then there is a need for a community borehole at Paranga. Then lastly, mechanized rehabilitation of the community access road from Okubani Trading Center via Chubiri Primary School to Abiria Primary School in Arua City, bordering Marsa District. So that is that with the Obeba. Let's come to Okokoro, my home. Under human capital development, water. Yeah, we still have communities that are underserved within the town and even outside. For instance, the water department has failed to get a good source of water for Churube Health Center 3. Meaning if plans were there to extend this water of Okokoro, it will save costs. So that is our number 1 priority under water. Then under education, we are looking at the renovation of 4 classroom blocks at Alibu Primary School. Then desks for all the schools within the town council. Under road sector, we are looking at construction of a culvert bridge on Oli Stream linking Orban Primary School to Lee Border Market. Those of you who are from there, you know how important that road is. Our only gazetted market is Okokoro. When you go there, the issue of shade is still a challenge. So we are prioritizing under agro-industrialization, construction of a market shade. Then under health, we are pursuing the construction of a befitting OPD for Kijomoro Health Center 3. If you go there, the OPD does not suit that facility. So those are the issues from Okokoro Town Council. Let's go to Oleba Sub-County. Yes, Oleba Sub-County, under public sector management, still the issue of offices. The new administrative units have displaced the mothers or the parents. So the parents are forced to move. So I think Oleba Sub-County is also a victim. Underwater, boreholes to be constructed at Ega community, Iba, and the Abileko community. Then rehabilitation at Bulua and Ndalikwa. Under health, construction of OPD at Ndalikwa and Ndalikwa in Yantika Paris. Then education and sports. There is also need to establish a SID secondary school at in Azipi Parish, a place called Bochwa. Establishment of a vocational school at Bango. Then lastly, construction of 4 classroom block at Nyarakua and the Nyambira primary schools. Continuation, need for 4 stands vehicle latrine at Nyambira primary school. Then establishment of primary school at Abirife in Bango Parish. And then last land education, establishment of primary school at Onifia in Wondu Parish. Last under community services, that's mindset change. Establishment of a community center at Bochwa in Azibi Parish. Lastly, for our members of the community with disabilities, there's also need for wheelchairs. Still under transport and interconnectivity, I need to install culvert on Meta, Liu and Lopoti streams. Opening of the community access road from Nyarakua Primary to Azipi. Then the road from Gila and Alikwa to Gambi Paranga Primary School. Then opening of the community access road from Oleba Training Center via Onifia to Paranga Primary School. And then last under agro-industrialization, there is need to construct a food store at Katiko in Bango Parish. Then market shed at Zaweli and the Bango markets. And lastly, procurement of potato stock, cassava, chippers. Next. So that is that with the Oleba Sub-County. We'll move to Oleba Town Council, a child of Oleba Sub-County. Yes, next. Yeah, Oleba Town Council has only 4 core areas. They are prioritizing renovation of a 5 classroom block at Oleba Primary School and Mbafe Primary School. Then construction of a public toilet in the central business district of Oleba Town Council. Then piped water system for Oleba Town Council. Colleagues, you agree with me that Oleba Town Council, among the upcoming growth centers, is doing badly in terms of safe water. So that's also one area which has to be taken up seriously. Then lastly, opening up of Oleba Health Center 3 to Oleba Primary School Road. Yeah, that is it for Oleba Town Council. We'll go to the next one, which is the Olufe. Olufe. Yeah, Olufe, you will skip some of the things, the pictorials and so on. Yes. Under lead, construction, installation and operationalization of Nzenze FM radio station Bonakau and members, Olufe is developing the only radio station for the district. But a lot is still needed to push it to become functional. So our collective efforts are required to ensure that the radio station is funded and fully functional. So that is what we can also sell to other partners, especially the private sector. Construction of poultry mother unit and hatchery with the store. The commercial officer in her presentation said we should not be doing businesses as local governments. So I think Olufe has gone a step ahead. They are doing led the right way, and as a result, there is need to put those facilities. And then lastly, also construction of greenhouse for technology demonstration. So production department, I think this is where you can pick from. Health, you have quite a long wish list. You will, in liaison with the sub-county chief and chairman, see which one to prioritize given the legal resources. Construction of OPD and inpatient department at Kamaka Health Center 3. Then a general ward at the same facility. Staff house, Kamaka Health Center 3. Pit latrine for patients and staff, same facility. Then there's also need to construct a shed for the clients or awaiting area, awaiting arena. Lastly, for environmental health department, there's also need for a motorcycle. Next. Water. There's need for borehole construction at those following places. And I think there's need for prioritization. Majuro, Anyakane, Anaka, Apaywa. Then rehabilitation, begin with Kamaka Primary, Aliki Community in Kimiru. Then also purchase of mechanic tools for Olufe sub-county. Lastly, bicycle for the hand pump mechanic. Next. Roads, construction of bridge on Olufe, along Olufe sub-county, Korba Primary School Road. Construction of a bridge at Olufe connecting Yebia village to Maracha High SS and Korba Primary School. Construction of a bridge at Asoro connecting Atumini village to Otravo Secondary School, Korba Primary and Munru Road Church. You can see the number of institutions connected by that road link. Then lastly, footbridge at Koka Stream connecting Anyakani to Kamaka Health Center 3 and Kamaka Primary School. Still roads. You will allow me to skip some of them because of the issue of prioritization. I think we need to pick what is most important for the council to note. But just for your attention, you can go over them. Next. Education. Desks for Kamaka, Ambekua, Korba, and Otutia primary schools need to do land titling for the 4 government-aided primary schools of Olufe, Kamaka. That's Kamaka, Korba, Ambekua, and Otutia. Then VIP latrine for all the 4 schools above. And then construction of 4 classroom blocks at Kamaka and Otutia primary schools. Under production, supply of rice seeds to farmers. I will skip what is in the red because that is what they intend to do as a sub-county. Then supply of fish fingerlings, renovation of slaughter shed at Andrua village, opening of access road to the slaughter shed. Then lastly, construction of cattle crush in Orinyani village, Olilia ground. Under community services, resource center and the museum in Kimiru parish. Construction of a hostel or boarding facility for Olufe Vocational Technical Institute. Then purchase of functional adult literacy materials for the centers. Purchase of a motorcycle for community services department. And then lastly, laptop for the same department. Under administration, staff capacity building, recruitment of a sub-county chief, cross-cutting, purchase of many laptop computers for parish chiefs. PDM has gone digital, so there's need to also get the gadgets. Then lastly, motorcycle for finance department. Under statutory bodies, there's need to purchase for the speaker's office the instruments for council business. Yeah, that is that for Olufe. Don't clap yet, I still have many others, so you clap at once. Let's go to Olovo sub-county. Olovo sub-county. Apologies from the sub-county chief. Yesterday he got involved in a minor road accident. It is not a bad one, but he said his apologies. Let's pray for him. Under roads, Calvert Bridge at Adrogwa, then Calvert Bridge at Ahia, then mechanization of Michu Nyamio Blukwa Road. Health, establishment of health center 3 at Nyagandere in Nyamio Parish. So there's need for a new facility there. I think the catchment is still being served by Olu Health Center 3. Under education, there's need to establish a new school at Nyamio, in Nyamio Parish. Then office block, see the same problem of the new administrative units. Water and sanitation, borehole construction at Ahia village in Michu, then Kokojo village in Nyamio Parish. That is that for all over sub-county. Ovujo Town Council has the following unfunded priorities. Yes, they have also a well summarized issues here. Fencing of Ovujo Health Center 3. This should also be prioritized. Renovation of classroom blocks at St. Kizito and Otra primary schools. And then lastly, construction of a bridge on River Olufe connecting Moiga and Lee Water Market. So those are the 3 top priorities of Ovujo Town Council. How I wish others would summarize like Ovujo. Let's go to Paranga. Yes, Paranga, under human capital development, water, there is need for a new borehole at Edogwa village in Etoko Parish. Agro-industrialization, slaughter slab at Malaba Market. Next. Community access road opening from Pecha village in Bilika to Eru River, 2.5 kilometers. Next. Yeah, so I think that is all for Paranga. Let's go to the east, Tara sub-county. Tara also has a well-summarized list of items. Supply of animal drugs, I presume vaccines. Then construction of VIP latrine at Kololo Primary School. Then fencing of the sub-county headquarters. Drilling of community borehole at Midioa. Lastly, construction of VIP latrine at Kololo Primary School. So those are the summaries of unfunded priorities for Tara sub-county. Lastly, let's go to Yivu. Yes, Yivu has the following proposals. 5 stance latrine at Okuvu Primary, and then perimeter fencing of Amanipi Health Center 2, drilling and installation of 1 borehole at Duniri Village, Omba Parish. Then construction of bridge on Edre River in Lala village. Then lastly, procurement of 1 deep freezer for vaccine management. Next. Yeah, so I think that was the last sub-county. Alikwa, I didn't receive. What I'm presenting is what I received. So others may be submitted in later. So that is it. Thank you for listening.
They have at least some feedback from the participants. And then we are welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. I observed the protocol. Some leader from our city says we respect the protocol. So we either observe or respect the protocol, so you'll choose one. My name is Ndukuru Evelyn. I work for Amani Initiative as the Executive Director. Amani Initiative is one of the non-government organizations born here in Maracha District and also operating in Maracha District, and I'm so proud of that because it is a home non-government organization. We started in 2012 with a vision of seeing a society free from child marriage and teenage pregnancy, and also with a mission to prevent and respond to child marriage and teenage pregnancy through interpreted community-led intervention. So when my colleagues were presenting about these schools, I was wondering, are we evaluating our children in the communities? Are we looking at the enrollment, the retention, and the completion rates? So the issues of child marriage and teenage pregnancy and issues of children are pertinent to us. We work under 4 thematic areas, that is education, child protection and safeguarding, child adolescent and maternal health, and also socioeconomic empowerment to oversee our activities in Maracha District. We have got projects that are running that we have also launched in the district here. We have Empowered Voices project, which we're implementing in 3 sub-counties, that is Kijomoro, Olufe, and Oleba. We have Women's Voice and Leadership supported by Care International in Uganda. This has been one of the care areas that we're implementing. So let's welcome care in Maracha District. We also have the West Nile HIV project supported by Center for Disease Control through IDI that we're implementing. We have the Bridge project that we launched us last week. We're implementing also in Maracha District. Bridge is building resilience, inclusion, growth, development, empowerment in Maracha District. And we also have the Right to Grow project that we are currently implementing in Maracha District, supported by the Hunger project, who is also supporting the budget conference today. So Amani for now has a portfolio of around 450 million savings. It might look small, but that is what we can offer for now. And this money is used in Maracha District. However, I'm not coming to present what is really intent today. Our prospects and challenges will be presented in the consequent district meetings. So for today, we have community voices that our presenters from the communities want to present to you. We're implementing the Right to Grow project together with Save the Maracha Girl. I don't know if there's a representative. It's also one of the CBOs operating in Maracha District. Save the Maracha Girl is implementing this project in Nyadri sub-county, and the Amani Initiative is implementing this project in Olufe sub-county in partnership with the Hunger project. So in implementing this project, we have the people we call the citizen voice and action practitioners. We call them the CVA practitioners. You are around if you know your CVA practitioners. These are community members, by the way. These are community members. They pick community voices. So whatever you're going to see here is not what we've sat down as Amani staff to concoct in our offices. These are community voices. And some of them might have been presented already in the reports, but however, let us give them some hearing, and we see how we can also merge their issues. So they are coming to present what service delivery gaps that the CVA practitioners have identified specifically in Olufe and Nyari sub-counties. But I know also some of these issues might spread across in other sub-counties in the district. So at this juncture, I also have a staff from Amani Initiative. I think Florence, you can stand up for recognition. Other staffs have not joined us. They have some other engagements. So at this juncture, I would like to invite the CBA practitioner who is coming to present the issue paper on the gaps in the service delivery on WOS in Olufe and Nyadri. Thank you so much. I submit to you.
Thank you.
This presentation?
Yeah, this is the presentation. Once again, thank you. I observed the protocol with the time of interest. Yeah. My name is Somza Plato. I'm a CBA practitioner. I'm a community member. So here are some of the issues we have seen on the ground. So now, as the acknowledgement explains, this Citizens Voice and Action Practitioners position paper on the stage of nutrition, WOS and food security was developed with the support from the Hunger Project Uganda and the technical input from the Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group, CESPA. We, the community, we appreciate the district and the political leadership of Nyadri and Olufe Sub-County for providing space for citizens to actively engage in the budget process and upholding citizens' voices on the budget annually. We are unceasingly committed to upholding constructive engagements as a way of ensuring that budgets are inclusive and reflective on the aspiration of the poor and the marginalized groups in Uganda. From the slight introduction we have there, the Right to Grow project implemented by the Hunger Project Uganda through a man initiative and the Save the Maracha Girl and the community-based organizations in Maracha district aims to ensure that all children below 5 years can reach their full potential through improved access to clean water, sanitation and hygiene, WOS, ending malnutrition and food security. Food security in Uganda remains a major challenge, particularly in rural areas. According to the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, about 40% of the population in rural areas is food insecure or 40% of the population in rural areas is food insecure, and the prevalence of stunting in children under 5 years stands at 24.4% nationwide. Malnutrition is not just a result of food scarcity, but is closely linked to poor nutrition practices and inadequate WOS facilities, which can lead to waterborne diseases that further exacerbate malnutrition. Following this, the Civil Society Group, CESPAC, the Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group, CESPAC, conducted a budget monitoring and expenditure tracking training on WOS, nutrition and food security for government officials and the community members from Maracha to enable them to actively champion and advocate for prudent financing for these three aspects. With the support from the Hunger Project Uganda, Citizen Voices and Action Practitioners conducted monitoring of institutional WOS situation in primary schools of Maracha, Nyoro, Baria, Koi, and Midria in Nyadri Sub-County. Kamaka, Ambekwa, Koreba, and Otavu in Olufe Sub-County, as well as community WOS situations in Babura, Baria, and the Robo parishes to establish the state of service delivery. These are now citizens service delivery issues. As we moved on ground, so we cut across many things. So we actually have inadequate clean water sources. In fact, we appreciate the good intervention by the government, such as the extension of piped water from Jotam Council to Barrier Primary School and other areas too. However, Pajama and the OPO villages in Pabra Paris, as well as Ambido A, Ombavu village, Randra village in Barrier Paris do not have any clean water source, to be sincere. These people are moving a long distances to get clean water, but within their area there is no water source. This is what we saw with our naked eyes. That's why today we are able to be here presenting it. Additionally, many boreholes in Nyoro, Loinya village, Papua Paris, Nyaria Olika village, Barrier Paris, Randra and Iba villages, Robo Paris are non-functional. If you move around, you find many broken boreholes. Now the broken boreholes are being abandoned there. Even sometimes you find unknown people trying to unlock the bolts, rather untie the bolts to use for their own interests. So here is the evidence. You can come down. Below is the Randa village borehole. Come down. Those are the photos. Similarly, shallow wells in the Oleko A and the Lamila villages, in Papua Paris and the Luje Nyori village, where Barrier Paris are damaged, while two spring water sources in Piago village and one in Lamila village are not in good condition to provide safe water. Unfortunately, their photos are not being printed there. We recommend that at least we need establishment of cost-friendly public water kiosks within the piped water coverage, repair of broken boreholes in Nyoro Loinya, Nyaria Olika, Randa village and the Iba villages, rehabilitation of spring water sources in the Piago and the Lamila village, as well as shallow wells in Oleko E, Lamila and the Nyori villages. Construction of a new boreholes if possible. We have another challenge on ground, lack of nutritionists at the Maracha Health Center 4. These days we don't have this man, the nutritionist. So to get education about nutrition, sometimes it is a really problem in the community. Now, many children are being malnourished just because some mothers are ignorant about nutrition. So we need installment of that post. Now, recommendation, we recommend the district lobbies for funds to recruit a nutritionist to be based at Maracha Health Center 4. Insufficient host facilities in schools. Access to sanitary facilities in schools continues to remain a major challenge, resulting in low attendance in schools, less interest in education, and also related illness. Especially in Otaf Primary School, the total enrollment of pupils is 1,711, of which we have 843 boys, 862, rather 68 girls, and the number of stances is just 18. 10 for boys and 8 stances for. You just look at the number of the stances serving that population. It is really, really congesting. Now, St. Cristo Primary School in Susoni village out of Paris has no source of clean water. Likewise, Korba and Kamaka, as one of the presenters ahead of me said, life begins from water at water stage here. So now if you don't have clean water, really it is absurd. Otutia, Primary Baho, sanitary facility, look at the corner of that one there. We don't know if animals feed on it, but it is just moving like that. We don't know what is happening. So at least, if possible, we request for new construction of the dam. Additionally, the other schools like Koi, Media, Baria, Nyoro, Maracha Primary in Nyoro County, Kamaka, Otutia, Mbekwa, Ota Primary in Olufe Sub-County, household latrine coverage was much lower in the rural parts. Look at that, 35%, meaning the big population defecates outside, if it is on the 35%. Now, Pabura Paris, we have 87%, and the barrier 97.2. This one's fair. While community hand washing practice was abandoned according to the village health team's report. We stopped washing our hands regularly during the time of coronavirus. But these days, people have forgotten of having clean hands. Recommendations: connection of water source from all of sub-county to water of Paris, which can connect to water primary school and the St. Kizito. Prioritize emptying of latrines at schools, especially water primary school. Construction of municipal hygiene management facilities for girls in all primary schools. Normally, if you go to primary schools where those small girls are not able to, they are not fully contented with the municipal hygiene management. So at least we need installation of municipal hygiene facilities in these primary schools to help them. Now, construction of more toilet stances in primary schools and urgently at Ottawa Primary, Media, Nyoro, Kamaka, and Maracha. High rate of school dropouts. I think this is common everywhere, not only in the sub-county and in the Olufe. This is commonly evidenced all over. So like other presenters ahead of me, they were talking about vacancies here in the district, and if our children are dropping out, who will fill the vacancies here we have. So really, children are dropping seriously out of school. Now, recommendation here, sensitization of parents on their role in feeding children while at school, provision of municipal hygiene materials in all schools to ensure girls are kept in school, continuous career guidance and counseling in schools to encourage and motivate pupils and students. Poor state of community access roads. I think this is now a song we sing every time. Now we really have bad conditioned roads if you move around Maracha. So we come down, this is something common. We can just, look at the bridge and the state of the road. How fearful is a big vehicle has to across this. How fearful is it? and it will limit so many services. So therefore, we recommend a regular maintenance of access roads by the district, a construction of culvert bridge at Ajikore stream connecting Kimiru Paris and the Kamaka Health Center, construction of a culvert bridge on Olufe and the Asoro rivers in Mundu Paris to grant access to pupils to Ottawa Secondary and the Ambekwa Primary School. You know, bridge is important for pupils. If it is only bridge stopping pupils from going to school, really it is a crying matter. We cry a lot, and it apprehends. In conclusion, yes. In conclusion, we appreciate the local government of Maracha for the platform to present these services, deliver concerns. However, there is an urgent need to address the above raised issues to give mileage in reducing malnutrition, food insecurity, and poor waste services in Maracha. I beg to stop here.
Now ready for the Q&A session. It is 5 minutes to 4 p.m. According to program, by the way, we're supposed to stop at 4:30. But given the fact that we lost time in the evening, in the morning, we should really be able to effectively close by about 4:30. Because there is a cross-section of information we have shared. Internalize for now, and we have decision makers here and for the future. We have given a slot to the civil society. That means we have already listened to their issues. And we have the sub-counties who are on board. So barely we will be requesting for the concerns, maybe in a way of clarification, in a way of bringing out the challenge you've seen, just like the civil society. But also
for picking my hand. I want to start by appreciating the presenters for the wonderful job done. Every year that passes, we see a great improvement in the quality of presentation. Let's maintain that. As presentations were being made, especially when the presenters were alluding to the past years, last year, this year, I think members have been observant, seeing what is happening where, and I want to advise that when we are moving to sector to committee, for now breakdown of our interventions, we should be mindful of allocation criteria. Allocation criteria as in service levels in different areas. Interventions should go according to service levels. We should avoid the duplication, taking same things to the same location while other areas are left behind. The issue of equity should be taken seriously. We should be able to see that government's presence is seen across the district. The meager resources should be shared across the district. At least every sub-county should be having a feel of something at least being done in that particular district. That was general observation. Coming to the department speaking specific issues, beginning with the finance, he raised a pertinent issue on the leakage of revenue. He tagged it to porous borders and the staffing gap. Actually, the staffing gap has touched everywhere. Staffing gap. Our opportunity here is, just as the human resource officer said, we now have robust structure. What is lacking is the resources, the finances. We don't have the finance to really be able to have staff. But of course, government is not going to keep quiet. Government is going to continue to look for funds to be able to increase our wage. And we see some of these things, some of the staffing gaps being narrowed. As stakeholders, political wing, let's do our role. Let's perform our role in ensuring that our local revenue is safeguarded. I was very happy last time when we were doing review of IRAS, performance of IRAS. Some local government leaders were able to come out openly and openly in support of ring fencing and improving local revenue collection. Members, in the area of health, you heard that we are declining badly in performance. And yesterday, we were also talking about the same. As we speak, there's somebody from Ministry of Health here trying to see to it that we come out of actually that particular area of immunization. We are categorized in, they call it what, level 3. We are almost sliding into dangerous situation. So Ministry has taken affirmative action to address that issue. I think we're going to have what they call big catch-up immunization program to be able to see if we can come out of that bad zone. There's going to be 6 days immunization program. Yesterday we went through with the stakeholders. We found out that the poor performance is all about attitude. Attitude cuts across, attitude of our clients, attitude of the mothers who refuse to bring children for immunization. Attitude of mobilizers who refuse to mobilize. Attitude of our mobilizers. We dwelled a lot on that. The good thing is, we didn't only blame the health workers, not our clients, communities. We also, some health workers also blamed themselves for not doing enough. So, it is incumbent upon us to ensure we wake up from sleep and do this. And on sad note, it was also said the political leaders have forgotten their role at all levels of sensitizing the community, of talking to the community. You know, political leaders are taken as mouthpiece of the community. Mouthpiece of the community. They are saying, you people, oh, we have forgotten our role of sensitizing community. There is need for us to be close to the communities if we chance to be with them. If we pass around and see them gathered in markets, in churches, we should be able to request the church leaders to allow us to say 1 or 2 things in these areas where we're doing badly. And somebody was saying funerals, but these guys here, you see here, the MCs, they always at your back. When they tell you 2 minutes, when you start these things of years of the government, they're almost grabbing the microphone. So let's try our best to do our part, and we leave what we cannot do. It's not only in immunization. There are also other areas which DHO talked about, which also needs our intervention if we really want to come out of that bad zone we are in. Water and sanitation. I think education you have limited issues apart from maybe issue of equity. Water and sanitation, we are heading to dangerous situation. Our coverage there is denying us opportunity of getting resources. Our coverage of 87%, meaning almost all the villages are having access to water. Now, if you compare our coverage with what is presented here by our CBOs, it means we are deceiving ourselves. Yes, we can have that coverage. Are the facilities working? Are they worth repairing? We really need to take affirmative action to review this coverage. The other day we were saying in Azipi, it was said Azipi people share water with cows. And that was even covered internationally. They were international journalists. That Azipi people share water with the cows, with the pigs. And when we're in this kind of gathering, we are happy that our coverage is well above national coverage. Yeah, true, coverage is just computation of number of water facilities we have against population. We may have the facilities there, if they are like the ones we are seeing there in the bush for the last 10 years. Can that still serve the purpose? Let's get on ground and really pick out these facilities that are not repairable anymore. You know, the procedure is you pick them, you submit for decommission, but government, Ministry of Water will never come for decommissioning. We need to start our decommissioning ourselves and move upwards. This has happened in several districts. We need to come out openly if out of the 600 or 500 boreholes we have, if they are like these ones, these guys who are sowing, if they have been there for 10 or so years, they can know there's justification. They have either dried up or the water column has collapsed. Let's document them, table them before DEC, even a council. If council says these are not now worthy, remove them from the system and submit to the ministry, and we wait for the ministry to come and do decommissioning retrospectively. This coverage means we cannot now even, we cannot, like if you compute, actually we have about 8 or 9 villages alone not having access to clean water, meaning the rest of the villages are fine now with the clean water. So let's revisit this position and we move away from that area. Public sector transformation. Members, recently I was in Kampala. The issue of facilitation to our service commission members. Service commission members, leave alone the chairman. Service commission is on monthly pay. As we are heading to budgeting process, I really implore you to consider looking into the retainer fee of members of service commission. Honorable Minister took us through. He started by asking districts how much money they have voted for members of service commission. You know, there's no fixed fee for service commission members. It depends on the districts and their position, financial position, local revenue performance. When they say those paying 200,000 and above, a number of districts put up their hands. 100,000 above, a number of them. But districts like Maracha pay less than 100,000. Do you know how much we are paying our members of service commission? 90,000. And it is again taxable. It is taxable. If you tax 30% of 90,000, they end up getting what? Is it 69,000 per month? So we really need to review this. Much as our local revenue performance is very poor, for effectiveness, let's really try to work around that area and see to it that we do something. Otherwise, it will not be healthy for us to see these guys. You know, these guys on that peanut. Still under that sector, the issue of study leave. Members, when you are handling study leave, let's be mindful of the gap that we are living. I see numerous applications for study leave at the same time. At the same time. You go to facilities, this is in school, that is in school. We are not against people upgrading, but at least rationalize them well. If you can maybe accept to release a specific number per year, such that when this one is finishing, others go just like that. Otherwise, our health facilities, they are doing badly. They are doing very, very badly via staffing. More so, this sector where a staff must have to be there 24 hours. Is it midwives? Midwives have to be there 24 hours. I'm told there are some midwives who will work trans-day, trans-night, just for the sake of avoiding litigation against them. Because when you go away, a mother is rushed there, a mother overbleeds and dies, you're in trouble. Let's come to those people's aid and see to it that we regularize or we ration their whatever well. The issue of customization, human resource officer, you said it was pushed, it was thrown away. Now people have seen the beauty of it. When other districts are just moving their cadre, their staff from lowest position, you go like this up to when another one exits, you have fallback position. For us, we are talking of failing to attract. We caused it ourselves because you said we threw it away as a political aids. I urge you to table it again. In TPC, you bring it to DEC, we forward it again to council and see. That thing helps a lot. Let's try to handle that and ensure something is done. Lastly, under that area, the issue of relationship. The issue of relationship. Members, I always sympathize with the cow. It is very true that Maracha has that relationship issue. Relationship amongst heads of department, relationship between heads of department and subordinates. Some people do not even greet each other in this Maracha. They don't. They don't greet each other. They look at each other as enemies. And this affects our performance so much. It affects performance so much. Actually, my dear honorable councillors, next time when you see some request for team building, throw it away. We wasted money there in that beach. People danced. We thought we had thrown away relationship issues. People carried the things back home. What is the beauty of dancing together? People do not like each other. If you go in corridors, there have been some subordinates who are saying, I will never enter in so-and-so's office so long as I'm in Maracha, so long as the person is there. I better stop at my immediate supervisor level. If now people talk like this, what sort of society is this? What sort of society is this? On that note, I want to appreciate health. These 3 years, this is the 4th year, I've never gotten any problem from health. Any complaint, not health, finance. I've not gotten any complaint from finance. I think it is because finance is not implementing. Yeah. Finance sends monies to, I've now come to conclude that a lot of bickering down there is all about money, resources. You know, because the finance does not implement anything, gives money out, for them they are contented with their position. They are contented. I've never had anything from help. But the rest of the department, I like help because I always like help because they handle our lives. They handle our life. Anything to do with life, it begins with help. That's why always in my talks I refer to health, water. These two sectors are very, very critical. They are very, very critical. So let's really work around this. Good enough in our deck meetings and the rest, members were able to admit that true. They have problems that they need to work. We started handling department by department. There was a time we picked, one department was now almost starting boxing each other. If you have been on social media, in parliament actually people have been boxing. They have hit this Mitiana guy's head badly. People were able to start doing that kind of thing here in the yard. We started inviting them, we brought one department, we talked, they talked amongst themselves, we made them to forgive, we left office, we went and ate lunch together. They served food on the same table like this, they ate together. From that time, I've not had any bickering again. Maybe now they are hiding the bickering from them. Maybe that will be the way to go. We shall have to round all the departments and make them forgive themselves, and we eat together, dipping. When we ate that time, it was not served on plate. Things were put together here. You get bread here, you push your hand in it. We went local. We went local, and it worked. So because of that, at times people now transfer their differences to cow. Cow will now be stuck with the issues, taking decision. That's why you are seeing a presentation, you are seeing there's political interference, political intervention, political this. Because when somebody has an ambition and has failed in the ambition, he calls political interference. When he succeeds in the ambition, he says political support. And the other person also calls it the other way. The other person also said this, you know, you people. A bit of psychology here, you know, things, that's how things are articulated, that's how things are interpreted. So, there is no political, what do I call it? There is no political bad will in this district. What we want to see is people moving together, people working together, team spirit. We are after team spirit. When we are seeing there is no team spirit and we analyze the situation, we see you as the head, the problem. We tell you are the problem. We don't fear to tell you, we tell you are the problem. Even if you think political interference 100 times, we don't mind. What we know is things must move smoothly. Things must move smoothly. Lastly, engineer, transport interconnectivity. I wish your paper here is taken to which level now? This is the area where the district is criticized the most. The area of roads. People don't understand the types of roads we have in this country. You go to see your grandmother, you see very bad road which is supposed to be for sub-county, you read on paper. The media, it's good that you are there. Timothy, you get your presentation, you give copies to those of Paul. Let them go and research to know that there are classes of roads and why they are that level. If you look at these road networks here, like community access road, 811 kilometers. What allocation is done per year? Which LC3 is there and is active? What allocation is given? 95 million against 811 kilometers. What miracle can happen? My dear the media, what miracle can happen? If you divide 95 million by 811, and also if you divide 299 district roads against the money he talked about. This maintenance money here, because of the bridges, a lot of money is consumed by bridges. These are crossings. And if we don't do bridges, we shall not have done anything. A road network has to be complete. You saw when he was presenting here, like our last year's money, 1 billion. Lurua Bridge, the other one, this one here, they took all the money. It left us only with the Uganda Road Fund, which was only 20 million. And this year again, Ambidro has taken almost 50%. That Ambidro Bridge has taken 50% of that. And the next year, this one of Ivo will also take around 50%, 400 million. So when we are reporting, we should be able to be, we should have that understanding of why this particular road is left like this. Who is interested in seeing people fall in ditches? Who is interested in seeing people drowning in water? Government is doing her best, but the demand is too much. The demand is well beyond the available resources. When things have gone off hand or out of hand, let's know why they have gone out of hand. And let's together see how we can address it. Lastly, as we are going to now work on the work to our committees, actually beginning from sector. I know everybody is going to say, oh, the other year my sub-country was not there. This year again I've not seen it, because some of the presidents moved beyond, moved up to proposals. Moved up to the proposals. I actually see why I need to advise here. Those presentations that moved up to proposals, I beg, we don't go there. This is not the time. The time right now is to see the strategic direction. The IPF will be analyzed at that level, at the committee level. Our discussion here should just be at the policy level, strategic directions, and maybe the ongoing interventions. When you now start talking about your area, it should not be through committees. One may say, we are not in all the committees. You are not in all the committees, all right, but that's why members are in those committees. You have to caucus. If you are in finance like me, where you don't implement anything, you caucus with the Works Committee, caucus with the social services. From now up to the time the sector sits. If we start talking them now, we shall not end. Members, there are really a lot I could have talked, but the time is not there. Let me stop there for now. It's not easy.
Who seconded my coming in. First of all, I want to begin by appreciating the organizers of today's meeting. When I arrived here this morning, I got Honorable Dubako and the town clerk, Agai, Obini Joachim, the first two people who arrived here. I had thought the room was not set, they were waiting for my staff. But when I entered the house, I got this house was fully set, waiting for the members. This is a great worth appreciation. The second one is also from last year's budget conference. This conference was able to give us a feedback of what we discussed last year, what we implemented, and what we were not able to make. This collective creates a sense of belonging or participation when people are invited for such kind of meeting. However, Planner I have noted with great concern the members present here. Most of them are my colleague councillors and heads of department. If you could take maybe a roll call, you may only realize few other people who are here. Can we next time involve more people so that they can participate in the district budget?
Can you direct me?
Yeah, I want to direct maybe the business persons and others. For advice, you will approach my office. Yeah, I have 2 or 3 things to submit. First of all, to the education department. I want to thank you for borrowing graphic. The photo presentations actually show what we have done and the people we appreciate it. However, there has been this continuous trend of a high drop rate in our schools. We have never talked about this, but we need to end this. My conscience tells me that this high drop rate percentage is not the correct one. This is based on the inflation of the number from our schools. It is like a case where a rich man has amassed a lot of wealth, but the sources of funding seems to be maybe a socialist background, and people do not give the rich man a lot of respect. We are benefiting one way or other from maybe UP we are getting at the expense of turns in the image of the district. Because if we could go for head count sincere, our numbers being highly inflated. And the implication is that it reflects high dropout rate. Let's end this to keep the image of the district at the expense of amassing wealth, which we are not even realizing. 2, I want to thank our partners who are here, most especially Hunger for Project and Grow. Chairman, I've also noted with great concern this actually duplicating some of the, especially Voice for Action. We already have Western Civil Society, which is implementing this in the Tara sub-county of Olife. So the Hunger project is also in Olife sub-county. They are more or less duplicating the same things. Why can't we next time come and consult the districts on where to go? I am happy with the proposal of going to Nyari sub-county because Nyari sub-county has not been there. Maybe if the district leaders were consulted, instead of Olife sub-county, I would maybe suggest one of the sub-counties in Kijomaro sub-county. Because the dialogue that the West Nile Civil Society organizations conducted more or less give us the same identifications. I have ever attended this. Lastly, this is underwater. The water officer, while attending the last council in my area, Gai Town Council, I actually received this with a profound shock from some of the community members. They said that the water distribution that the Nexus has already established there is going to be a very big challenge for us to distribute. This is because the umbrella organization, that's the Northern Uganda umbrella, the council had actually recommended to ban CDR service in the Maracha district. I quickly remember that we had a very tense discussion here concerning issues of water at the Malta Town Council. And if that still remains our recommendation as a district, there is a need to come up with how best we can bring other umbrella organizations to come and distribute the water sources that we have already established. Thank you very much.
And then I have the following concerns. They are policy related. One, Chair, I want to report to you and the members that the 5 years strategic plan which we're implementing now, Maracha Council never approved it. We did not approve. When the senior planner was given keynote address here, I was happy to hear from him that by next year we shall approve it. I want him to take note of this. After approving the 5 years strategic development plan, we need to have the copies. The annual work plan will be drawn from the 5-year development plan. Therefore, it is not proper, especially for us who are councillors, to every year come here to get views from the TPC, which are not related to issues which were put in the 5 years strategic development plan. I want to pray hard that this will be done. And it was not Corona. There was Jahika trying to guide what until the time passed. I can consciously recall it. So I'm grateful that you are planning so that next year, before some of us leave this council, we shall approve a 5 years strategic plan for Maracha district. CFO, you said the leakages, this one goes to you, you close them. You close them. IRS is not doing enough. I'm told the finance committee will be moving somewhere. But the figure he told us here, around 300 plus million shillings as a local revenue raised by our technical team in sub-county is not enough. I come from sub-county. I see leakages. I see money is being spent at the source. You close that gap. Next year, I want to hear from you that Maracha raised over 1 billion shillings, which we can. Policy issue on the piggery, I want to be guided by Dr. Chandler. When we take our animal to the auction, there is a movement permit where local government can get some local revenue. For pigs, colleagues in Itara, piggery has taken big trend, and most of the buyers, they come from Ramachako. You can see a convoy of motorcycles going to buy pigs from there. But they're not paying taxes. There are PDM farmers who invest in piggery just because of the market. A pig can go at 400,000 shillings. People are stealing. So concerns have been come from communities. Why do we allow buyers to come to go to village A, buy a pig, which else one person cannot have control over it? What does the policy say? Can you get this? If you go to Ramachako market, you will find people sell pigs in the market. What is that which we cannot do as a Maracha? For me, I know we are losing a lot of local revenue, which we will raise there. Environment. The time we started the Maracha, up to tomorrow, the issue of Maracha forest, the police, the town council, the hospital, we have crossed almost the river. What is that unique thing we want this council, maybe the next council, to do really? Are we saying now because the facilities are sitting there, they must be closed? Are we prioritizing to buy a piece of land somewhere to relocate these offices? For me, some of these policies, Chair, let us just listen at them. We close our ears and we move on. Yes. There is nothing which this council can do to say that, okay, we want to relocate the police from here, maybe to Kokoro, to Ovujo, to Tara. Even the facility, where you said you have built a theater, and you wanted, before you leave, to do minor surgery there. So you also help us, you help your own people. This is so rich with the policy here in Uganda, sometimes they do not work. This is my opinion anyway, not the opinion of the people of Maracha. I like the presentation of Engineer Timothy. You only erred a bit when you were saying I was going to do this, I was going to do that. But my issues to you, executive department, is that the service centers, the health centers, the schools, the markets, as you mentioned, they must have priorities. If we have a facility A, there must be good road to ensure that our ambulances must go and rescue a sick person there. This issue of living facilities which are not connected well on bad roads, where even a nearby school can be faster than an ambulance may not help. Otherwise, I like the opinions you have put there. I want to request our council to ensure that when time T comes, Chairman, you have said it all. When that time comes, your priorities must all include this. Connected to road, the road network for me, Engineer Timothy, is enough. Why do we continue to upgrade these things and yet the resources are not enough? The mileage was 250. I saw you present something here like 299. By next year we're going to 300, and yet you are saying the money is not enough. Why do we continue to upgrade when we are unable to maintain these roads? At the moment, I want the feeder roads which have been opened and upgraded to be first maintained frequently so that they could sell. Now these other issues will be for next people who are going to come. And for the priorities. And for the priorities from sub-counties, there are too many. My thinking is that these are things which are going to be put in the 5 years strategic development plan. Therefore, I saw some sub-counties. I was looking at my sub-county here. I don't know where it is. We had issues in the Tara Health Center where communities went in the quarters fighting. We set the fence on that facility. I don't see it here. We are having a road dividing Urupuri Health Center too. I was not seeing it here. So, senior planner, if some of us come there, it won't be political interference, but political intervention I submit.
Thank you very much. I have two concerns. One is the education sector. I want to thank Maracha District local government through the education department to establish the build a special needs education center for persons with disabilities in the Ivu primary school. But I was also expecting a strategy for also persons with disabilities to access that kind of facility. Because if strategies are not there, that school may not be useful for the people who are there. That school is for the whole of Maracha. What strategies are there for the people of Wizu Sub-County to access that school? I was expecting in a plan. So that persons with disabilities who are at a far distance access that facility and they also benefit from that facility. Two, the presenter of education incidentally is a sports officer. I remember persons with disabilities participated in the outdoor curriculum. And incidentally, they also brought for us a trophy. I was expecting the district to have a plan to boost the outdoor curriculum of persons with disabilities in this district. And I did not hear that one better from the presenter. What plan does the district have to boost the outdoor curriculum of persons with disabilities so that their talents of either games or sports? By the way, someone like me to run is not easy. Also, someone like me to play is not easy. But when I successfully play, then I should be congratulated. Finally, it is finance. I want to thank the district. Our local revenue has increased steadily from 100 million plus to 300 million. But as a human being, I should be facilitated so that I do my work well. I was expecting that since I joined this council, after 3 months I get allowance of 220. When the council, is it a monument or what? That 220, I don't know what is that. So I was expecting this budget to also to see, to address the allowances of council. Because this budget has now, the local revenue has increased from 100 plus to 300. So that I should be facilitated well, so that I also do my work well. I think that's good. Thank you.
Beginning from the RDC down. Mzee Bakana Adrian. I had 3 concerns, but the chairman seems to have picked into my note. He has said the two already. So, one is the issue of national celebration days. I'm appealing to the budget desk to iron this thing properly. We have suffered moving to the community development office to the council office. The good thing is the cow is very kind and very diplomatic and polite. So it will push us to DCO's office, but there they are stuck. They say they don't handle that. So I want to appeal to budget desk to put these days funded properly in the national, our national day celebrations, so that we don't move here and there. Otherwise, I said, the chairman has said what I wanted to say about really working together. We are like a family. Cow, you are our mother. Chairman, you are our father. The councillors, whether male or female, they are the boys. All the technical heads of department and they are the girls cooking our food, which we should eat. The food is the fat. The fun you are handling. Then for us here, you should be able to eat with us so that we are together. When we work in a cooperation, there will be trust. When we are trusted, things will move well. I thank you very much.
My name is Andam William. Protocol be observed. Much has been said, but there are two concerns I have to raise under education. Once we're in a meeting, we got information that the 11 COP primary schools that were submitted for coding were successfully coded. And when I was looking at the strategies, there were isolated schools who submitted a need for construction of new classroom blocks. How I wish all the 11 schools that were coded be given that priority to have classrooms constructed in our 5 years planning. To roads, this one directly goes to engineer for considerations. When you move around, you see our roads. Actually, the roads are flooded with water when it rains. An indication of lack of culverts installation. How I wish, as we are planning, we should have a deliberate plan for culvert installations, just like we had a 35 million plan for emergencies. Thank you.
Thank you. I only have two concerns. The other one is education. When I saw the pictures presented here, they were really very nice. However, some of the structures look very nice here for nothing. I went to come at primary school as they give of the money. I really found there were some issues with that renovation there, where the fascia was about to break down. So my submission is only that those ones need corrections, and when we normally give them money like that, it must work up to the expectation. That's the under education. I have a concern under health. To my DHO, I was grateful for the scores. I was grateful for the presentation. I only have one concern, that you did talk about the upgrades of the health center force. You talked about the 19 health center force. And now, yeah, okay. My submission to you is that, how about the third of the unupgraded health center tools? That is only the issue I have about health. There is also another one.
We have some of our health center trees in risk places. Take in Maracha Town Council Health Center 4. It is at a risk place. Take in Kijomoro Health Center 4, Health Center 3. Not Kijomoro, Ovujo Health Center 3. Where we got our best midwife in Maracha. And even the whole of the nation is not finished. Why can't you prioritize fencing of these two health centers? Why can't you prioritize the fencing of the health centers of the two? Like Ovujo Health Center, which is long overdue. That's my mission. Lastly, okay. Those ones
I'm not a councillor, but a member who was also invited. Thank you very much for all the presentations. I was so glad to the presentations. One is that concerning revenue, particularly in the office of the commercial officer. One time I went touring some other districts and within the country, where I found that those other long districts that had existed some time back were fenced just like the way Maracha was fenced. But then outside the fence, they have built nice shops or dukas and so forth around. And when I asked why they did that, they told me it was to make revenue for the district. So when I looked at Maracha in this planning season, as you are looking for your local revenue, you have enough space outside there, which border borders have taken to stage and so forth. If you can plan very well, I think you can get revenue out of such kind of buildings. That's what I said I should present to you for the issue of finance. Then again, on the side of revenue, we have been talking, the production officer talked about it. I think also commercial officer, saying that we really need local revenue. Even finance talked about it, we need local revenue. And in Maracha, when you move around in Maracha Town Council Market, you will find that many people come from other places to come and purchase goods from our side here, much as we bring cassava from out. But then the potatoes that we talked about, you can also see animals. Many people come from Aula to come and buy animals from our auction and so forth. Why can't we take deliberate effort to maybe register some of these few farmers or identify those active farmers of potatoes, let them get registered, form a group to make people to come and buy from this side rather than taking it to other districts. Even the same to animals, just like my honorable councillor, of course the speaker to the council said to Tara, I come from Tara, I'm a woman from there. People go from here to go and buy pigs from that side. Sincerely, if we can get organized, that is to the production officer, we get organized, we get a person who can register those raising the pigs or raising those other animals to make sure that they are registered and people go buying this such that we get revenue out of it. That's why I think we can move because we are looking for local revenue. And then to the environment officer, I think she presented a lot of things from here, saying the forest, the district forest, which was gazetted some time back, things can be removed. I was really scared because we have built houses, these are government houses, how our government and must spend a lot on those. So I want to say, in 2015, if I'm not mistaken, I mean 2013 to 2015, if I'm not mistaken, this forest was degazetted. That was why these houses were built. Have we forgotten? Is the record there? In that council, those who were there in that council, I think you can still remember. The forest was degazetted. And because it was degazetted, officially the government has to transfer funds to make the forest and the houses be built there. So these are the things, as my honorable council has said, we can ignore. So, environment officer, please, you were there in the council, I think it was so vivid. Go back to the record and check, give report accordingly. Lastly, it is just really appreciation from the bottom of my heart to the engineering department. At least today, I was able to read each and everything. Many people used to blame the department, the special road sector, saying these roads are not that. When you move to other districts, sincerely, Maracha is even better. So we are saying, your plan to fill in the potholes, I mean the plan that you put in future, especially for the contingencies to fill the pitfalls, is so greatly appreciated. Because yesterday I was about to get accident at Goigoi end there, but God made me to survive. I appreciate you all for all the presentation. Thank you so much.
Later, just finish up then we.
No, she can just continue.
Since Maracha is the heart of this district,
excuse me, can we take note of the remaining issues? This is an open door budget. We will not finish it here. We are just about 10 minutes to 5. Okay?
I think Abba said, let us Emily, since Maracha Council is the heart of this district, I really need to put my proposals and the requests. I only have 2 proposals and requests. The first one is the underwater. If you take Maracha Council, there is a lot of water prices. As it has been said by the previous speakers, I still want to emphasize on it. Particularly at Ibura Ward and Iko Ward, communities, pupils, even teachers go to look for good water sources in long distance places. My request here is piped, blocked pipe waters, and I also need extension of water pipes to these areas so that these communities also get good access to good water. Secondly, in Barrier Ward, the community of Barrier Ward I think gave enough water, enough land for construction of health center. I also pray that there should also be a plan for that ward to have that health center. These are the 2 proposals I talked of and the request.
I remain the receiver. I represent Oliver Town Council. I have few concerns here. I think most of them have been captured by the chairman. I want to begin with health department. Magicho was, when he was presenting, I was very happy about the health centers of Maracha district. But there is one segment of the population where we have totally forgotten. He talked well about TB, that Maracha is doing well in fighting TB. What about the increasing number of mad people? The increasing number of mad people in Maracha. Can you plan for it? We are building health center 3s for other people. Why can't we prioritize a certain health center 3 so that we build a psychiatric department? So Maracha should be known for treating mad people. That's why we shall get some more funding, I tell you, we shall get you. Yes, that's my proposal. Because when I sit down at the shop, I see a number of mad people crossing. And if you see some of the people who have become mad, they have just begun They have just entered into madness. So when you take them to a rehabilitation center, they could become a better people. My dear show, we are for budget conference. Budget conference is all about capturing issues from the community, you put in the budget. Number two. I have concern with human resource in administration. My principal human resource, there was a year where Maracha was targeting promotion. Maracha didn't want to promote people. So when we came in with our committee, we said, no, we need to promote people, especially education department. We were having, we didn't have deputy head teachers, even head teachers. We said, no, you give these people a push. That's why you see, as of now, Maracha is catching up with promotions. I thank you, the principal. My second concern, on top of that, it goes to the officers themselves. Day one you're recruited in office, day two you must think of how should I progress myself academically. Sometimes you work for 3 years, you still have a diploma, and you want to be promoted. You remain as assistant, or senior assistant, or something like that. My whole humble request to our officers, day one you are recruited, you will appointment. Day two you should begin thinking of how should I get a degree, or how should I go upgrade for a master's. So when your time for promotion comes, they say, this guy has gone to degree or master's. You are promoted. So I encourage all of you to do that. Lastly, my speaker hinted it about unfunded priorities. I was worried there are too many. It means we are not doing a lot to the community. So if our member of parliament were here, I will ask them I will give a solution to this. That they should do more lobby from our district. Our LC5 is there. We do a lot of movement. Our people are going to miss all these services. Unfunded priority, these are the services people get out there. So if they don't get, what are we doing here? Still the challenge. Lastly, finance. The finance of Maracha district, I belong to the finance committee. When we came, we're doing bad, it is true. But as I see now, things are coming, simply because of government policy of IRAS. But I've seen some officers at the lower level, they still want to manipulate IRAS. How do they do this? By not registering their revenue on IRAS. One time when we were for monitoring, I told an officer that when you see me in our senior T-shirt, I'm an ordinary person. But when you see me in a court, I'm a different man. So next time, if any officer is found is appropriating money on local revenue, on source, I, the committee chair, or the vice, we shall take a decision. Because we want our revenue to increase to 1 billion. It will even increase our rating. So using money at the source is forbidden from our performance, and this is from today. Thank you very much. These are all few submissions which I have.
Allow me to observe the protocol in the interest of time. I'm called Rob Lawrence. I have the following issues where I will need clarification or I have to put my input. One is under health. As you were presenting, you did say that we have many patients who are HIV positive and they are abandoned. They don't count for their medicines. I want to concur with you. We almost lost a lady who is HIV positive, and she was treated locally in a witchcraft area because she has stopped taking her medicine. So my concern here is, previously we used to have some teams who go
village by village to search for these people, to check on them, whether they are taking the medicine or not. But since this time we are not doing that, we are not following them from where they are. That's why they don't concentrate on their medicine. So I'm begging that, can we continue setting a team that can follow them such that they can concentrate on their medicines? 2, under education, I will beg clarification. Under classroom renovations, were the list of classrooms to be renovated, but out of which we had the Otra Primary School, which was among the list to be renovated, where we went personally with the staffs from Education Department, with the committee, and the committee on the ground that went for monitoring assured the staffs in the school that the classroom is going to be renovated. And after that, DH also personally went for a meeting in the same school, assuring the management that they are going to do that renovation. And when I saw the list, it was missing. It passed me badly. This is the second time, because previously we also had another renovation where OTAC was hidden somewhere. Not until I stood in the floor of council to request, and the speaker was able to ask the DHO about about the ratios in the various schools. That's why by that time OTAC was able to be brought on board. So can the department clarify where the school has been hidden for now? And 3, under PDM, I really want to beg that let's check how the performance of the monies that have been given out to the communities is being used. Because I see many members who benefited from this money. There's nothing you see that somebody has bought tangible that is going to maybe bring this money again. People buy things that are usable at home, and they have in their mind that this money is given free, it will not be returned back. So this is how you educated them. You also needed to inform us that we know what is going to take place after here. I think the other point was knocked out by my vice chairman about the agri scheme. So we really need to work on that, because there are many people who are yearning to receive that water and they don't know the effect of that. I beg to submit.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I respect the protocol. My first concern is about the timing of this budget conference. For 3 consecutive financial years, I've seen it coinciding with the PLE activities, where some of us have been taken to the field to see how PLE is progressing. It is my recommendation that next time, let us try to check the schedule very well, so that all the stakeholders are captured here. 2, I want to give a response, because this will not come out clearly from technical officers, since it was raised by my colleague, about dropping Otra Grammar School for renovation. True, we earmarked 10 schools in this council for renovation, and that was done when that money was yet block figure. Now, when the technical people went to do the breakdown, trying to apportion the funds which we received, they realized that that could not do the 10 schools for this financial year, and were to send them back to field to see the population in these schools, the available number of classrooms in these 10 earmarked schools vis-a-vis the enrollment. The feedback they brought to us, to attention of the DEC, was that Otra Grammar School could be enrolled for next financial year. since recently, we also had a new construction of 2 classroom blocks with the office attached in Ottawa Primary School. We now had to roll Ottawa Primary School as the first priority for next financial year. I believe that stands, so I want to appeal to members of the council here that come next financial year, let us have all travel as our first priority. We have already earmarked and we have agreed on that. And secondly, we also looked at Kamaka. I want to mention it here. As the line secretary, I've been moving to Kamaka. Kamaka is also another primary school that is in a very, very critical condition. How I wish that one also comes as the second priority for next financial year, as we are going to earmark the rest. I don't want to waste a lot of time on that matter. However, in health, when my commissioner was presenting, I was still for other duties elsewhere. I only want to fix the issue of mortuary in our health center 4, to have a simple mortuary here, because we already have a theater that is being constructed. Once that one is complete, we'll be having minor surgeries done here, operations. How I wish we also have a very simple mortuary constructed here at health center 4, so that in case some of us are called by God, we'll be able to wait for other processes there. A simple one. 2, people have been raising issues of concerns about water, specifically that one of around the area of the town council. Members were receiving numerous calls as far as the activities and the operation of the water issues of the town council that is under a northern umbrella. I don't know very much about this organization here, but the prayer of the public is, if the council has powers to fire northern umbrella from Maracha, so that we have other organizations which can work better. They even proposed for National Water and Sewage Corporation to come to Maracha because of the issues. This is now grossly affecting our institutions, especially schools. If you move to Maracha Domestic SS, when you move to St. Joseph's Primary School, learners there are now at the luxury life, under the pretext of going for water because Northern Umbrella is not doing for us service required in that area. So the water officer, can you, with the department, take note on that so that we address the issue of water once and for all. Members, I really have a number of issues here, but because of time, I may not now say all of them, since we still have opportunity to discuss in another platform. But the very last one is about the community schools, which I'm hearing in the corridors that 11 have been already coded. As the line secretary, I want to clear that that has not come to my attention. However, we received information. One of our own went to the Ministry of Education and had a chat with the commissioner there. So the commissioner advised that we really need to come and write, explaining the status of some of our community schools, especially those that already have structures and those where some of our staff, the teachers, have been posted there to help in those community schools. If those can be earmarked and a report is written, they will be able to code them, so long as we're able to select the second teachers to go to such schools. That can be done. They now advise us to have a write-up of those 10 schools, out of the 10 that have existing structures, then already teachers on post. That was the message I got. I immediately called the department, we discussed, and then I told them to discuss that further with the cow so that they can have a write-up that can be sent to the ministry. But saying that the schools already coded, it is still rumors to me. I beg to submit.
In the next 30 minutes, we are receiving papers at the center. Some of the issues have been responded by my honorable secretary. There was an issue about dropout rate. I think he was making a clarification. That's very true. except we have tasked our inspection team to intensify on head counting whenever they visit the schools. Strategies of access other PWDs accessing Give Primary School. We have merely made the facility, but we have not brought the equipment. We have written to the ministry to avail for us the equipment for special needs. It's not a fully fledged special needs center. So once we access the equipment from the ministry, we shall inform our primary schools to bring their children to youth primary school, especially those ones with special needs. We already have teachers for special needs at the school. You talked about PWDs winning a trophy. I think let us clap for our PWDs. Now, when you win a national trophy, it means you are number one in the country. It is true that our SNE team won a trophy. We have it there in the district. It's there in the DOC office. Generally, our district sports team is doing well. We are number 5 in the country right now. So that's one big achievement. Coding of community schools, I think you communicated about it. We sent a staff from the department to go and get information from these schools. I think this person was misquoted while he was in the field, that he was coming to call the schools. Calling of schools is done by the ministry, not us. Ours is to furnish the ministry with the information. So I think that was a misinformation. Thanks for clarifying the public about it. Come at the primary schools, first about falling. I think we have not commissioned all the projects we had last financial year, and we have not paid the retention to these conductors. It means before we pay the conductor, retention of this conductor, he has to improve areas of weakness on the block. This one applies to all the projects of last financial year. So, my dear Honorable, thanks so much for raising that concern. Do not be worried about it. It's unfortunately not out. That problem will be rectified. There was an issue about your travel. I think you rightly said good information about that. And two, also, your travel, when the BOQ was produced, it was one of the most expensive, over 200 million to renovate that block. That's why I think one of the reasons why it was pushed ahead. Thank you so much.
Protocol be observed. Members, I want to thank you for the feedback. I have here areas of improvement, actually. First one was from the chair, that is concerning our coverage, which I think is everyone's concern. In our first quarter coordination committee meeting, I was tasked by the committee to come up with a list of non-repairable, non-functional boreholes, and we submitted together with the CAO to Minister of Water and Environment for deletion. Our request from committee up to from the standing committee and the district water and sanitation committee was that let the RDC also be given opportunity to deletion of those holes. And we are still working on that. It was last in quarter 1. That's when we had that proposal. We are going to work on it. Secondly, this coverage covered shallow wells, springs, which I think our community, the Amani initiative saw. You saw the other shallow wells, how they were looking like. So those were included in the calculations for safe water coverage. It is up to the service level. The service level for a spring is 100 people. For shallow wells is 200 people. Then for boreholes is 300. So those service levels still have remained there. And when I was presenting here from 2020 up to 2024, shallow wells and springs were indicated 0,000, meaning that saturation of functional coverage arises from those two areas, which is correct. We can correct. So while I think the gentleman, Cow, and the chairman, we shall be able to follow it as soon as possible. Starting the commissioning of water sources, I think that is a very good idea. It follows also the same route that I have just mentioned. Northern Umbrella Organization operations. Members here, I'm very disappointed with this arrangement. I have little powers over it. I had in my plan, which I could just maybe share with you, we have 3 areas. One is the operation of umbrella organization in Maracha district. As I talk now, Okoko is also a problem. I give the other side, they give them assignments, there is this problem. Officer is off. Where umbrella organization is operating in Maracha is not doing well. So, this one calls for us, it has given us more work. When we move to the ministry, we have to put it in writing. And inform ministry that this is how the umbrella organization is operating in our district. So, for that reason, how do they advise? Because the current way to go is we are going for community-based management system plus. If they can say we are going to be gazetted as a water area, then we shall have the opportunity to fire and engage someone else under community-based management system plus. What we have here is community-based management system only, where we use water user committees and small groups. So when Maracha becomes gazetted as a service area, we shall now operate more or less like National Water and Sewerage Corporation. So for that reason, we shall be able to fire or engage. So, Maracha Town Council, water crisis is there, maybe extension of pipe. And for now, what I can say, I have my colleague there. Maracha Town Council is considered as urban water, which should have actually been supplied by National Water and Sewerage Corporation. But all the same, I know the question is asking, the indirect question there is, why is it taking long for Minister of Water and Environment to come and construct the pipe water system here? My sister, I think that is the question you wanted to ask. From sources, the procurement process for the contractor for this system is almost being done. Recently, they came and drilled the new borehole. This in one of your wards there. That is all in preparation to boost. And they are telling us they want to put it up to 500,000 liters per hour. That's 5,000 cubic. So, if that is done, it will be a blessing to us. Many areas, like in my opinion, the Loinya area, I think we shall not be able to say we could reach there if we put the tank there. So for now, we cannot preempt what they are going to do until they write to us. So 2 weeks ago they came there and that's what they did. I think that is what I have.
Thank you very much. I think my issue was the most contentious. Forest Reserve, and I'm so happy that to really raise people up. When you look at my job description, I'm supposed to guide the council. I'm supposed to guide the district on management of these local forest reserves. Not only that, but all the natural resources in my area. So I want to start with the history of this Maracha local forest reserve. In Maracha, we have 5 local forest reserves that were demarcated, that were gazetted, that were surveyed in 1995. The maps are there, the titles are there, and everything is there. What happened when Maracha came? I joined this district in 2013 and 2014. financial year. And what I came across was a resolution, a council resolution to give part of this reserve for police. I think police had requested. And the way the police entered, let me say it was a kangaroo way, because that time now I witnessed how the construction took place. There were private farmers in this forest. Up to now, they are still there. One of it was some women, I think Nyadu women group. Their area is entirely the one police took. That is 10 hectares. Police just when they were constructing, they just cut those trees. They didn't say anything to these women. Up to date, these women are still moving for their compensation for their trees. And that time, there was a report of valuation of those trees. I remember later year promised that they were going to be compensated 10 million. Up to now, these women are still moving. Anytime the districts will be prepared, they are going to sue the district and they will win. That's one scenario. Two, I want to answer the issue of saying that this forest was degazetted. No. Degazettement is done by Parliament, and gazettement is done by Parliament. This forest has never been degazetted. It was just a council resolution to give a go-ahead for construction. So what does it mean? The district started with a process of degazettement. They carried environmental impact assessment for this forest. The district was supposed to identify land elsewhere to compensate this forest. When you degazette in a forest, you get a land equal or more value to what you're degazetting. The district identified areas in Yivu. Yeah, Oleba was also there, I think, Oluvu. But out of it, the district only succeeded in getting 6.5 hectares in Irafia, which is in Yivu, where the district has now planted pine plantation under Lusaf 3. So from there, the district got stuck and went silent. So up to now, the process remained there. They didn't complete the gazettement, the EIA for those new areas, and the process just remained there. So after that now, when the town council realized that district had given this part of the forest to police, town council also said for them they are going. Because the forest is in their land, meaning that they are the ones owning it. But I guided them. I told them, you are a custodian. The district is a custodian. But they went ahead to bring their offices there. What happened? The private farmer took them to court and won. So the town council was sued. I think the finished pay, is it 5 million or 7 million? 13 million. If this forest was degazetted officially, town council wouldn't have lost the case. But they lost the case, they paid that money. That's why this time they are quiet, because that time they are saying you're sabotaging development. But I kept on telling them. So, what is the repercussion for the projects which are there in this forest? If the district still remains silent on official degazettement of this forest. One, I told you all these structures in the forest, they will not get titles, because this forest has been gazetted with 21 hectares, even if you encroach how. The GPS codes are very clear. Even when I've died, when all of us have died, the coordinate will remain. The police, when they'll get funding, maybe World Bank for construction, World Bank always asks for title. Where will they get the title? The hospital which we are saying, that let it be there. Yes, it has brought service for us. Why don't the district official degazette to allow the hospital to grow? What if one day a hospital will get donation from World Bank and World Bank says we need title of that land? Where will you go? You'll be stuck. Maracha Town Council the same. That's why always I tell all these entities, they are the encroachers. They are not squatters, they are just encroachers. So that is the implication of all this. We cannot run away from the truth. So what's my guidance on this? The district, we know all those 21 hectares we cannot degazette all because we don't have land in Maracha. We have lands in Maracha which have titles and they are still empty. Why don't we quantify that land? Then we get the portion here in the forest where we can degazette to allow for systematic development. When you look at my presentation on that same issue, I'd put the main people there. Police was to work hand in hand with the district, with health, with town council to see how can we fund the process of degazettement since it had started. Why don't they work together to finish the process of degazettement? It can be in piecemeal, not all. So that's what I wanted to put. Thank you very much.
In the interest of time, for all development projects, the good things we are getting back to the drawing board. The only three sources of funding we have: PHC development, U-Gift that is about to expire, but I'm told from the lab sources, the second phase is coming. Then the third one is what they call the PHC ad hoc development. That is the one you see like the health center for staff house construction. So government policies stand. All the health center tools will be upgraded, but they only had to do it in order of priority. Where there were no existing health center threes in certain local governments, they put them there. Where there were gaps, there were health sub-counties or lower local governments without any existing health facility like in Kijomoro, that is where it went. Every year, we make submission. Actually, I prepare for COW's signature and submit to the ministry to indicate how many lower local governments do we have, how many have health facilities, and how many do not, and what is the state of these other infrastructure, especially the higher facilities like the health center for. This year we also made that. So we still have on our list Ajira, Olovo, and Oleba. Now, when it comes to the request for a health facility in Maracha Town Council, I want to assure you that will not be an immediate priority, because the health center here performs both health center 3 and the health center 4 function. These are the policy directions that we need to know from the word go. Yes, the distance will be too close. We are underserved areas elsewhere. The second element in relation to construction was the mental health or the psychiatry unit. I want to tell you that is a specialized facility that ministry will not put in Maracha. The main cause of our mental illnesses here are substance abuse. I made proposals here and I will assert it today that let's work together with production unit and not security, maybe to security will be part of it, and a commercial officer or office, and ensure that we turn Mairungi, which is one of the things we are known for, as exports. We convert it into other substances. Otherwise, if we don't remove Mairungi and we continue planting Mzai and others, Even if we build the biggest mental health unit, we will not have solved the problem of our people. So let's start that. For the patients abandoning HIV services, you know, the good thing we have in Maracha is the HIV prevalence is very low. That is the good one. The bad part with it is that they are so few that they feel stigmatized. That's why they are running away from services. And they want to take drugs in hiding. Our only suggestion would have been, if we can build the people living with HIV/AIDS network at sub-county level, and if PDM entered there, and they organize these people in groups, and give them resources. Actually, resources attract people and they make them expose and accept their status. I think that is workable. The other development activities we shall discuss in the final documents. Others may shift into the 5-year development or priority. Now, I want to make one proposal. I'm sure the commercial officer will address that. We have an environmental disaster, which is in Irokoze. I think that is in Nyadri sub-county. We can turn that environmental disaster into a business center or a business and a tourist hub. That water there is used by animals, it is used by human beings. They defecate there, they wash there, they do everything there. But if we work well with communities there, ladies and gentlemen, we can still refence that place. We build toilets, we build the hotels or whatever there. We put a boat, a flying boat, or those very speedy boats there. I'm told there's already fish inside. Instead of leaving that lake for multiplication of bilharzia, which we tested and for now we have not found. So the time for action, in my view, that will be the best tourist destination in Maracha district. Time for action is now. I submit.
Once again, I have about 4 issues to respond to. The first one was a concern of connecting health centers, markets, schools, and educational units with the little resources we have. This concern has been taken into consideration. We shall consider this when we sit for our committee meetings for final allocations. The second one was upgrade of community roads to feeder roads. Yes, we have actually here been reluctant. This upgrade is automatic. It's just like if you have produced children, they have grown up, they have married, you don't keep them in your house. You send them to another area. So when we are doing our ADRIX, the annual this road revenue surveys, we find some community roads whose traffic volume has increased, whose maintenance demand has increased beyond the capacity of the sub-counties. They are ideally supposed to be upgraded. Even the feeder roads, we have this international border road I was talking about, Uganda-DRC border. Ideally, it's not supposed to be a district road. That is a security road. If we don't work on it very well, it is insecurity, not only for Maracha, but for the whole country. That one we have pushed to the Ministry of Works for consideration, but no response has come. Up to now, we are still maintaining it as a feeder road. The other one was also culverts installation on flooded areas. That one has been taken into consideration. Cross-cutting issues, a comment on the camp at the primary school which was renovated last financial year. Yes, this one came to my attention last week. There were snags. The contractor requested for the retention fee. As I talk now, is making those corrections. The last one is on this issue of our forest. I think the environment officer will need to do a lot. Yesterday and on Monday, we were for a review meeting of land policy after 10 years. There is no situation that is permanent. There is no situation that is cast in concrete.
She was our team leader in Lira. We ended yesterday. A number of issues came, and after this review meeting, we shall also have another national review meeting. We are going to come up with the land policy. This is after 2013 review. We raised issues of titles for government facilities, government land, public land, and so on. They have been taken into consideration. I don't think we shall do away with this police station, the health center with the town council headquarters. That one we cannot do it. Our proposal since day one, this police should have been built in Zombo. When they came here, they were looking for land. We said land is available. But our proposal was, let us get an alternative land and we gazette this. Much as we didn't get an equivalent or more, we recommended the gazetting in piecemeal. First, the gazette according to what you already have, but that one has not been done. I request Mr. Cow you take this seriously when we come to our TPC meeting, we chart a way forward. Thank you very much.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, just...
Thank you so much. I'm happy that this unfunded priority is coming from our own speaker, from Tara. Yeah, it is allowed to establish at least one livestock market per local government. That's the minimum. You can go ahead. You based your argument on the livestock market. I was the technical advisor at that time. You can even go and ask who was there responsible for fencing the wall, that place there. And take care of the Muslim community when you are doing that. The Muslim community can be adjacent. On that again, of course we shall come and deliberate here to prioritize which one to fund. You need to prove ownership of land before investment is done. Like we had a proof of land in Nyadri. We invested there. You can see now the livestock market is very vibrant. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. For the interest of time, allow me to observe the protocol. I have a concern to the human resource. Unfortunately, the particular person is not around, but I know how you take note of it. It is particularly rewards and sanctions committee. We are all aware that we have our hard-working staff here in this district, but I see the reward and sanction committee is mostly focusing on sanctions. I've never seen in this district somebody who has worked being rewarded or appreciated. I wish in your plans you need to capture to start rewarding some of our staff who are really doing wonderful work on the ground. You can see, for example, our nurse was appreciated, but here they were not recognized. Some of these issues here, let's start motivating some of our staff here so that other people outside will take interest. I request when you are planning, you have to capture to start rewarding some of our staff in this district. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, taking notes. RDC has also been listening. And we want to thank all of you for your contribution. And I believe you have picked one thing to do in terms of understanding this district better and government, how it operates better. But also we are also thankful to the government for bringing us this far. So much so that we know our needs, we can advocate for what we can do, and we know that the gap is so big. So I request LC5 chairman, you had the one word, then you are going to invite the RDC to make.
Just one person asked about coding of community schools. I was just going to say, last time in a meeting in Imperial Royal, organized by Ministry of Education, PSC said they have a total of 200 schools for coding, out of which Maracha has around 11. they have worked the financial implication and submitted to Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance is saying they should wait a bit. They are still mobilizing money to have these schools coded. You know, coding comes with the infrastructure development and recruitment of teachers. So the ministry is still waiting for that time when Ministry of Finance will realize that money to be able to code the schools. Wanara DC, you are welcome to address the people and the cause.
People to listen to you. And when you don't want to listen to them, that is very bad. The way you want people to listen to you is the way you should give them a chance. Our deputy chairperson, everybody present here, I don't intend to take a long, but I want just to appreciate the meeting. One, I want to thank the district for the work done. I have carefully listened to the submissions of departments, and my only pledge is that what we have heard here should be put in practice for the good of the people of Maracha. Secondly, I want to thank all of you who were here the other Sunday to welcome the Minister of Internal Affairs, General Otafire, and I want also to thank you for recognizing the work he did for this district. I saw you have even gone ahead and put a road in his work. That is how people should be remembered. Instead of putting there, Vasco da Gama, whom you don't even know, who came here to steal people's property. You still put straight Barton and who is Barton in Uganda? As if we don't have people here who have done for us. Maracha, I praise you for that. I want, where this man of education, has he gone? So I want to thank them also because of the activities that are taking place. We have not registered any incident. You saw the other day in the television, those of you who are killed, you saw the teachers who were arrested, trying to do what? To manipulate. But I was keenly watching. I didn't see any teacher from Maracha here. I'm very, very happy. If you just able to steal, that means you are doing nothing. You are not confident of yourself. You are just waiting for time to cheat examination. But I thank Maracha for that. There is an exercise that we need to support. The NIRA group. I don't know whether they are here. There is an exercise of registering learners and the people in the communities. Let us support, let us mobilize people. Yesterday I called that Uganda to tell me the progress of the exercise. And he's telling me the process is moving on well. Let us support and mobilize people to register. You remember those of you who are a bit old, when we were trying to tell people, it took us like 2-3 years, mobilizing people, we are going to register you, what identification that you have. Then you see our people, no, don't go there. Museveni wants to know. And the taxi, I don't know what's wrong with Ugandans. Everything they turn it upside what? Upside down. Now you can see how people are running to be what? Registered. But we pleaded for almost 3 years. Those of you who remember during that time. But let us continue. That is our work. You know, when you were a teacher, you know, I taught briefly. When you are teaching, like now this is a class, at the end of the exercise, you give an examination. When people have all been in a class here, that's when you find others get 40, others get 30, others 60. But when all of them has been what? What does that mean? What does that mean? The consumption capacity is not the what? The same. So you keep on. At times they do remedial. When you do remedial, somebody will get it right. Like even now here, as I speak, some people will laugh now. Because they have understood now. Then another one will laugh at midnight when he's in bed. Then the wife will say, hey, Peter, what are you laughing? I just said something, he has just remembered. You get? Then another one can laugh in the morning. So the absorption capacity is not the one. One will laugh now, another one can laugh at midnight. Then the wife will ask what has happened. Then, hey, I have remembered what Hannah this said in the hall. So, let us put our people in the know of what government is doing. We had a meeting 2 weeks back in Arua, the whole region of West Nile, and the whole security. We are there with chairman, with team, with general of the division, and we are talking about the smuggling in the area. Because when I hear people complaining about local revenue, local revenue comes from what? These things you do here. But when people are smuggling, you will not get the revenues here. Carl was telling me that you used to have a market in the other side of where? The borders. So we are talking about that, and there are some resolutions that we took about smuggling, and very soon you will see. But when the government is implementing, be supportive. Be what? As a leader, we should learn. We should learn how to support policies of government. Last year, this lady has gone of the forest. This is the one of the forest. Where? I have appreciated her submission, because there are some things I've been hearing. This morning people came to me. They came to me claiming land of sub-county, that the land is theirs. Me, I knew that the land grabbing is only in Uganda. I didn't know that it is also here. Because when I was asking them, it is Monica who brought them to me. Because Monica said, you go to this old man. Then they were saying, and the people who came, and grandsons of a person. Then I asked them, okay, you are grandsons, you are the owners of the land. Where are the sons themselves? Because for you, you are a third generation. You get? Because the father was there, then that's middle what? The sons and the daughters. Then for you, you are third what? They told me, where with my sister, this. They said, you know what, this, the other generation all died. The second generation, there is nobody who is there. They all did what? I said, okay. You see, me, I'm a very polite person. I said, okay. if they all died, I don't think that even the elders in that area have also died. They what? There must be people who know this one. But government is losing land to people. It is losing school land, is losing hospital land, sub-county land. There's another one who wants to take the other. Why is that the forest you are talking about? This one is here. Then another who wants to take the other one. A whole parish that the land is what? Where? The other one.
Police Bernard.
That man, there's a policeman who is very big. Over big where? Somebody was telling you that is very big. I said, hey, very big. Okay. Take all that what? That forest. That one also we are going to handle. But we shall not allow government land to be taken. You note this. That one we shall not accept. People not come and grab land and they take and they see you, they go where? The uncle is a general. That's what I don't want even to hear. I don't want to hear those things. I thank you very much. I don't want to. I can see some of you are even hungry and even tired. So I put this my case to rest and close this meeting.